It's 7 o'clock.
All right. Peace. Got a few people in here ready. Musadeep, Raphael Statura, L. Lowry, A. God Education, D. Christian, Word 60, Asiatic Mathematics. All right. Everybody do the each one teach one and hit the like button so we could get the What Did I Miss crew up in here. They out there doing a celebration right now. You know how they do on at 7 o'clock. I don't know if they do that all over. The law will manifest. Savior Allah, you know. I was just thinking about you, Savior, because I was asking around about that washing the chicken thing. And yeah, don't eat chicken from white people. That's the lesson I learned after asking around. It's Savior Allah, Waju, Allah will manifest, SW, process, just ruler, knowledge Allah. Yeah, that was like a great revelation. That I had no idea that kind of thing was going on. Brilliant elevation. Peace to God. So a few more people up in here. 1 or 2. Yeah, Savior, that was crazy to find out, man. That was that was very enlightening. Do they wash the fish? Man, that cuts way down. You know, it's funny. Somebody was actually going to buy me some food yesterday. I couldn't even. I was like, nah. Elder Mon came in the building. Yeah, somebody offered me to buy it because from a restaurant. I was like, nah, I'm good. I'd rather get some almonds from the store or something. A handful of more people. Who we waiting on? Maybe 793rd. We got most of the people. Because you know how it is. As soon as I start, that's when people come in and say, what did I miss? And today we're going to deal with, I guess they had to come in. Urban Gorilla. What's the deal? Everybody do the each one teach one. Hit the like button. Real hip hop. John God. So we get the rest of the people in here. But see, we're going to deal with today. The topic in the title is the wise person and equality. How do a wise person deal with equality? All right. Winter Giovanni. Welcome to the room. Welcome to the channel, Winter Giovanni. This is the first time we seen you on here. Where you from? Sadie said they would watch the vegetables. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand that. Like I seen them do that before, and then you don't. That's crazy, man. I think I need to see that chapter. Like, how do I see that chapter from chef school? Like the chapter on what you watch and what you don't watch, so I can know when I'm out and about. Newport News, Virginia. Shout out to Newport News. We have a couple people. We have a couple people that come here from Richmond. There's a couple people from Newport News too. But yeah, Victory Allah is always in here. The guy from what's that? God Cities. You know what I'm saying? But we dealing with how the wise person deals with equality. You see what I'm saying? Because how you deal with it, that's whether you're gonna build or destroy. Real hip hop, yeah, we was having a discussion on do Caucasian people wash their chicken? And at first I couldn't believe that, I was like, of course they wash it. But then I asked around and I found out that in fact, it's a custom that's a part of our culture, I guess, as Black people that, to me, I've never seen that before. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, man, Savior Allah said it's right in the culinary textbook. You see what I'm saying? Now, when you deal with the science of today in the alphabet, right? It's zigzag zig, right? Meaning knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Understanding is the best part. So see, how you dealing with equality, how the wise person deals with equality. See, because sometimes the wise person, right, has to know to deal with equality by leaving it alone. That equality is not for you. See, that's how a wise person deals with equality, because they dealing with it from the level of knowledge. They knowledge in the equality. See, like when you deal with the equality degree in the 1 in 36, it tells you he likes the devil because the devil gives him nothing. See, he don't know Winter Giovanni said, my sister, I see clearly, invited me to meet her family. Do here, I must learn and eat. That's peace. Mr. Green One. Real hip hop says zigzag zig equals evading negativity. Exactly. The bar came into, you know what I'm saying? That's how the wise person deals with equality. See, an equality degree, in the 1 in 36, whoever's the individual, they just getting caught up in that. Where it says he likes the devil because the devil gives him nothing. Or you deal with it in the 1 in 14. He's the person that's being kept illiterate. Because he don't have no knowledge, he don't even have a choice in how he deals with the equality. See, that's the whole point when you deal with the wisdom culture degree, which also borns what? Equality. Well, they were made deaf, dumb, and blind by the devil when they were babies. You see what I'm saying? You don't have a choice of how you deal with the equality because you don't have the knowledge to be wise. So as you were saying, real hip hop, when you go on zigzag zig, you get caught up in the zig and you get caught up in the zag and never get to the best part. That's how a wise person deals with equality. You see what I'm saying? Because you have the knowledge, now you have the choice, right? When you take it to the 1 in 36, what does it tell you? No, not nowadays. Because you're not going to deal with that equality the same way. If you come with a trading post, I'm not going to fall victim again. See, when you take it to the 1 in 40, right? And what year was that? Because that is not this. See, before you was caught up in that. You was caught up in Yaqub's law and all his predictions that he made. When you caught up in equality, when you was made blind, deaf, and dumb, right? When you was a baby, now you just caught up in the equality. So the wise person deals with equality by having knowledge first. So when he deals with equality, he get the best part out, right? The best part is understanding. Knowledge and understanding is what? Master. Knowledge and understanding is what? Wisdom, equality. So in order to master equality, right, you gotta have the knowledge of each whatever individual thing it is. Meaning you gotta know, okay, that equality, all right, master that by leaving it alone. This equality right here, I'm dealing with this person. All right, the way to master this equality is to keep my mouth shut. All right, I'm dealing with that equality over there. All right, the way to master that is to apply myself 100%. See, if you just going out there and you just, like the guy said, you just a particle without no direction. You know what I'm saying? So what's happening? You getting caught up in the magnetic field of everybody. See, because you got to realize that the equality is the what? Atmosphere that we exist in. Hold on for a second, y'all. This a call. Let me take this call real quick. Peace. Besides. Yeah, I don't. What's the deal? Ain't nothing, man. Right now, I'm on my live stream. I'm gonna hit you back in a little while. I bet. Peace. You know what I'm saying? That's how a wise person deals with equality, is by knowing how to master it. See, that's when you become Lord of all worlds. But I'm saying that, listen, even, look, the atmosphere that we in, right? This water, right? What's the water? That's wisdom, right? It's never drawn above 6 miles from the Earth's surface. You see what I'm saying? So see, you constantly in the atmosphere, everything that you're dealing with. You got to be wise when you deal with that equality so you can get understanding from that equality. See? Otherwise, you get caught up in it. We got in here. Yeah, a few more brothers come in. Jack King, Joseph, 793rd, Divine Truth. Mr. Green once said the existence of wisdom is vital for the equality, the balance, and correct order of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to be complete or achieved. It is required that we, he or her, or man or woman, and you cut out. Joseph says, so your words shouldn't be all off in space. Your wisdom must be relatable. Yeah. Because see, as you know, when you applying whatever you applying, that's what's right and exact. Cause see, you can say the right thing. Like if a person come up and asks you what's your name, and you say 2 + 2 is 4. Yeah, 2 + 2 is 4. That's right, but that's not exact to the question that was asked. Free to be me came in. That's the science of being right and exact. Savior said, you jump off the roof of your house, gravity won't show you any mercy, regardless of whom or what, but something can be learned about gravity. Right. See, that's the science of, how, look, the equality of a book. You know what I'm saying? Or these lessons right here. That's how a wise person deals with any lessons. To get the best part out. And the best part is the thing that you learned. See, that's one thing you're supposed to get out of the whole 1 in 36. Is that the best part, right? Is that we end up learning the black man is God. That's the goal. The GOLD. But see, if you came over here with the GOAL, right, of finding more yellow metal, then you was searching for that does not exist the entire time. Because the original man chose for himself the best part and put the devil on the worst part of it since he made it. The boss said, wise man deals with his equality by making it useful to this day, to his day-to-day conditions, and after acquiring knowledge and wisdom from it, and apply the best part to deal with it. See, we got to say wise person. because we got men, women, and children that watch this. You see what I'm saying? And people got to understand that this is real in terms of, how we dealing with it. We not dealing with just, scripture. Where you just dealing with scripture. Go on. When you just dealing with scripture, then you just dealing with that time in that place in that condition. You see, when you're dealing with lessons, right? See, here's the difference between scripture and lessons, right? See, in the Bible, it don't say nothing about the internet. It don't tell you nothing about the internet in the Bible or the Quran. You can try to draw up what you want to draw up and say this word mean that. See, if you just look in the scriptures for internet, you're not going to find it. But what you will find is lessons in there about how you should be conducting yourself regardless to whom or what, whether you in this world or that world. Lessons on how to be righteous and what's unrighteous. See, real hip hop said the Bible is dated. It's dated, right, until you apply the supreme mathematics to it. Serious mathematics came in. Until you apply supreme mathematics to it. See, real hip hop, you just coming in. You just being introduced to the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But see, we had a brother, we got a brother, Dumar Wadi Allah, right? And Dumar Wadi could tell you the story of the three little pigs in a way that Sean proved the black man is God. He could tell you the story of Little Red Riding Hood in a way that Sean proved the black man is God. Because he could tell it to you using supreme mathematics. See, when you're looking at something right there, right? Scope, that means to look, to watch. That's what you scope something, right? But see, you got microscopic and you got telescopic. See, telescopic, that make you see the big picture. Microscopic make you see the little details. And see, that's how we look at things. That's how, what I'm saying, having this knowledge and everything and the way we apply it, you see what I'm saying, going through the lessons, the way we build on the lessons. Hold on for a second, we got a call on the fame line, on the Random Jews line. Is that what this is now, the Random Jews line? Let's hope for the best. Because you know how this. How you doing, caller? You on the line with Random Jewels.
Peace.
Peace.
How you doing, brother?
What's going on? Who's this?
Not too much, man. Trying to build with you.
All right, what's your name? Where you calling from?
They call me Great Knowledge.
Great Knowledge? All right. Where you from?
Knowledge.
Where you from, Great Knowledge?
That's not like originally I'm from California and shit. And right here down in the West.
All right. So what's
Yeah. Like I heard you talk about that you can build off of like the Bible and the Quran.
You said that I could build off of the Bible and Quran.
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah, like with the supreme mathematics.
Indeed.
I wondered, like, how do you actually go about doing that? 'Cause I never, like, you know what I'm saying? I talked to, you know what I'm saying? I built some other gods about that shit. I ain't really, like, never really understood that.
Well, you got to remember that what mathematics does, right? Or one of the things that mathematics does, when we use mathematics, it allows us to put things in the right place.
Okay.
Like that's why, addresses go by numbers. Telephone numbers go by numbers. Social security numbers, because when you deal with numbers, right, there's an infinite amount of numbers, right? So mathematics is infinite, but at the same time it's definite, because one can only be one and two can only be two. You understand what I'm saying? So when we able to put everything in the right place value and know what it is and know how they interact with each other, right? Then we can look at any cipher. You see what I'm saying? And know what's the knowledge in that cipher, what's the wisdom in that cipher, what's the understanding in that cipher, right? And on, and be able to draw up an understanding from it.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but so I'm like, so say for instance, like, could you like take for instance, like say like in the scriptures talking about Jesus, like, is there any way you can apply, say that knowledge, across, like say something about Jesus and Moses, you know what I'm saying? Like the actual scriptures and actually build off that. I guess getting kind of wisdom and understanding off that.
I couldn't hear 100% clearly what you were saying, but here's something you got to realize when you reading, right, these different religious doctrines, right? None of that was the people's teachings that they talking about. Like what you're seeing in the Bible is not necessarily Jesus' teachings. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's the first thing. That's the first thing you got to do, is you got to start, looking for what's real and what's not. You see what I'm saying? That's the first category of supreme mathematics. Is it knowledge, right? Or is it not true? That's the first thing. You understand what I'm saying? Then you deal with, all right, how is this lived out right here? See, when it said Jesus walked on water, right? See, Jesus, his word preceded him. See, like right now, Jesus come to us through his word. You understand what I'm saying? That's how you heard about Jesus, right? Because of what they said that he said in the Bible. But see, you got to have that understanding, right? That water is wisdom, right? And that wisdom is the word. That's how you got to be able to break these things down. You see what I'm saying? That's how it becomes timeless. So now, right, you can apply that to your own self. So you know that, listen, by your words and your actions, right, that's what's going to precede you.
Right, that's wisdom right there.
That's the water that you going to walk on.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So, that's how you could break down any given thing. Like, see, yesterday, I brought up a thing, right? It's from Greek mythology, right? There's a guy, I can't recall his name, but he was a great athlete, right? He was like super strong. And
Hercules.
They said, nah, it wasn't Hercules. It was another dude, because he was this dude. This dude was totally human though. He might have been a hero, but he wasn't descended from Zeus. And they said that how he got his strength is that he started carrying a calf every day after it was when it was first born. And that every day he would pick the calf up on his shoulders and carry it around until the calf got full grown. You know what I'm saying? And that's how he had gained his strength. So I'm saying that I don't know if that person ever really existed. But the lesson of how he applied, you understand what I'm saying? How he progressed from starting from one seed, right? And then dealing with it every day until he made progress to his goal. You see what I'm saying? That's a lesson that you can apply to everything that you deal with. So this is how you got to learn to read, this is how you got to learn to read these different scriptures.
Different ideologies or philosophies.
Yeah.
Right.
But
look,
even in terms of history, we got to read, things that we know to be true like that. You understand what I mean? Like we got to be able to break down what happened with Harriet Tubman. Why was she successful? You know what I'm saying? From what she did, what ideas that she implemented could we implement right now? You know what I'm saying? Or what, times when things failed, you know what I'm saying? What went wrong? How can we avoid that in this day and time? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So, that's why I said we got to read everything like that.
Right. But you know something though? Like, the crazy part, I was since, since studying my lessons, whatever, applying that, I've already been doing that. I just inquired, is this what I'm doing is right and exact, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, that's peace right there.
If that's what you've been doing, then yeah, that's right and exact.
Right. Also, I ask you one last question.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, with your name, Darkim AllahChrist, how did you come up with AllahChrist? That kind of confused me.
Well, Christ is the light and the crusher of all ignorance.
Okay. Okay, yeah, like I said, I was confused about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's all.
when you come out the Christian world, that throws you.
Right. No, that's right and exact, because you know what I'm saying, from where I came from, same way. And then I got it, studying Islam for a little bit, and Buddhism, a lot of different things, but I come to realization that to me it's just all one. But you know what I mean? I feel like if you're doing knowledge and gain something from that, then
see, look, my name.
Then you're right, exact.
My name start with the light. My name start with dark.
Right.
And it progresses to the light.
Right. Okay. I see how that works. Right. Okay. I see.
I had a few people ask me about that. But so yeah, tune into the rest of the class, you know what I'm saying? But we're gonna get back to wise man and equality.
All right, brother. Peace,
all right.
Man.
Peace.
Peace to Real Hip Hop 216.
All right. So yeah, the brother has some good questions right there. You know what I'm saying? Let me catch back up in the chat box over here and see what the brothers is talking about. Musaddiq said equality is balance, but what if the person showed no equality? Then yeah, that's the equality. Now you gotta balance it. You gotta balance it by dealing with whatever is the look, you may decide to leave that person alone, right? Or depending on what the equality is, like for instance, you know, you deal with the trucking industry, right? You might make this run for the person, and the person ain't got the money. You ain't getting your stuff. You know, whatever is the thing you have to do to balance to bring balance to that inequality, you know, or you just have an abusive relationship, you know, inequality. Asiatic mathematics said I used to just bore out the verses when I read the Bible or Quran, but I don't really look at those books anymore. Yeah, I seen you did some up here, but I wasn't really at the time I was talking. What was this you put up here about Psalms 82:6? I saw it, but I missed it. Oh, there you go. Psalms 82, verse 6. 8 plus 2 plus 6 equals 16, and knowledge equality equals God. Joseph says zigzag zig equals idea, action, manifestation. Oh, that was you that called in real hip hop? All right, real hip hop. You not you not as bad as I thought. You gonna be all right. El Larry said, "Is an equality to be balanced on all levels of self." Yeah, but see, you know, balance is one of those words, right? That I'm not sure. Some, you know, if we had somebody who was an English major, they could explain this probably clearer than me. But you know, a lot of nouns, right, have a kind of verb form. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of nouns can be transferred into verbs. And see, that's one thing that you did right here. You said equality is to be balanced. You see what I'm saying? And see, to be balanced is a verb. And I'm saying that relates specifically, right, to balance, because balance is something that's constant. But what happens is, because we become so accustomed to balancing some things, we see it as just a static situation. But for instance, when you standing up, right, you making, you know, dozens of adjustments, but you're not realizing that, you're not conscious of it. But if you see a baby that's just beginning to walk, because they not so conscious of it yet, you can actually see them making dozens of adjustments. So that's a constant thing. See, it's like perfection, but that has to be perfected. And that's something that's a constant, that when they say, look, they continue daily. See, in order for you to just be able to balance, right? In order for something to just be able to be perfect, that would have to mean that conditions would have to remain static, meaning it couldn't be no change to nothing. Everything would have to remain exactly the same. Meaning that if you go outside, right, and just stand outside, eventually the wind is going to blow. And even though you're probably strong enough to withstand it and you don't realize, but you have to make a slight adjustment. See, that's what it would have to mean, that there's no wind, there's no molecules and atoms and particles doing no type of colliding. And when that happens, then you ain't got no life. That's not life. That's contrary to the definition of life. So balance is not, just a thing where it's like, all right, we balance that on the table and then we walk out. See, even that, that works for a limited amount of time, right? Because what you did when you put the nails and the glue and all that stuff, when you put the table together, you made it so that conditions don't change. It's as long as the table remains a table, right? The conditions of that is not going to change. Everything is in a static position. But what we call that? Inanimate. So balancing all those levels of self, right? If you wise, is a second to second thing, not even day to day, not even minute to minute. You understand what I'm saying? Because see, you could have a negative thought, right? And then destroy that negative thought and be like, nah, I ain't doing that. Like you could see something, you'd be like, look at that person left that right there. Somebody could just steal that. Or you see what that, you understand what I'm saying? All of this is second to second that we balance it. We almost I see we got a side rally going on over here too already. Got God Light came in with us, peace, all on the business. So yeah, we got any questions on that? And what was extracted from the lessons dealing with wisdom equality? See, Allah will manifest. You got to maintain with your hyper competitiveness. But I'm gonna just see if we got any other questions on that right there. on the topic so far. Serious mathematics. Okay, what's the question? K Black C. Well, more than likely, right now I'm just seeing if anybody got any questions. Serious Mathematics said he got a question. We dealing with how the wise man deals with equality, the wise person. Because I got another topic. It's a little bit of a sidebar. But I got another topic, man. Serious mathematics. You said you had a question, but in the meantime, real hip hop was saying, zigzag zig. I think it was real. No, it wasn't real. Whoever it was put that, zigzag zig is, staying away from negativity. And just in terms of dealing with society, like I said, man, the water's never drawn above 6 miles from the Earth's surface. This is the atmosphere that we actually exist in. Are we going to build on today's mathematics? We've been dealing with today's mathematics all day for the last 50 minutes. So what I'm saying is how a wise person deals with the atmosphere, how you moving around. You understand what I'm saying? The currents of air, that you're moving in. Who's the people around you? You move in the atmospheres where the current is cold or warm, or is it swift and changeable? All these things you gotta observe, man. And know understand what we're dealing with, because I was watching, I was reading the news today. I was reading the news on my phone, and I saw a news story about another brother that got killed by the cops in Minneapolis. That's something. That's how society. That's the equality that society has been showing us. And this one was, I mean, I heard they got fired already. Because, when you just look at the footage, it's like, yeah, we can't even spin this. We can't even spin this one. But that's a level, that's why, I'm interested when the brothers start talking the ADOS stuff, the economic stuff, whatever they speaking about, not necessarily that I agree with them, but it's just something that's got to be taken into consideration in terms of wisely dealing with the equality that society is showing us. Of course, them getting fired is not, that's not the full justice that hopefully ultimately comes about from this. Serious mathematics and how you see the wisdom equality degree in 140. All right, we're gonna get into that. You know what I'm saying? How long you probably just came in, but let me complete this thought. What I'm saying, and then we're gonna come back to that. See, because that's uh also dealing with the topic of what we're saying, right? Of how a wise person deals with equality. But what I'm saying about this situation right here is that when we have all these different people, right, that present situations, not situations, that present solutions. You know what I'm saying? Because as a community, you know, you went from in the 60s where people was trying everything to right now, we spend the most time just shooting down the ideas, and we shoot the whole idea down. You know what I'm saying? We don't look for what might be the best part in that. What is this? He what is this state of the art? This is what happened in the situation in Minneapolis. Serious mathematics. You what degrees you knowledge serious mathematics? That's another thing too. Where we have to determine where a lot of times, see, if you don't know the first through the 25th degree in the 140, then that's what's making it hard for you to see the 26th degree. What degrees you knowledge serious mathematics? But one thing I'm hopefully this is we not in another one. Hopefully we not in another one of these times. You know how like over the last couple of, probably say like going on 10 years that we have like bad months or something sometimes where it's like, yo, every day, we start hearing about these situations. You see what I'm saying? And we need a better way, right, to avoid that situation than just being better slaves. You know, just, comporting ourselves around the slave patrol, with more fear. That's not the answer. All right, I was 120. Well, getting too many. What you said, the Savior said there's too much what? When citizens put on police uniforms? Well, I don't know, I must be on a little bit of a lag, you know what I'm saying? But see, serious mathematics, you know, that degree in the 140, right? When it says, and what year was that? See, that's the first thing you got to understand about when a wise man deal with equality, right? That is not this. That is not this. Making the devil is not what we do. Searching for trillions of years, that's not how we deal with equality. Agreeing that the black man is God, that's how we deal with equality. You see what I'm saying? So that's the first thing when you come in front of the question, and what year was that? That is making the devil. But we building gods and earths and babies. You see what I'm saying? Then it says in the year 8,400, right? He built his culture, or he built that culture of the devil and what they do, their way of life, the nature in which they was created from the year 8,400, based on the laws that he implemented in the Wisdom Build degree on the island of Patmos. You see what I'm saying? But see how a wise person deal with equality, because you have knowledge. So when you don't have knowledge, when you're not a wise person, it's easy for you to get caught up in equality.
It's 8 o'clock.
You see what I'm saying? And see, the reason why I keep saying you is because it says, which means from the date of our present history or Quran. See, the present is right now. So see, you got the lesson right on what and how the devil is made, how long it took and all that. So now you got the choice to make the devil, right? You got the choice to make devil right now in your present time, right? If that's the culture you want to build. About 2,600 years before the birth of the Prophet Musa. So what that's telling you is that you got to destroy it at the idea. See, when you're making the devil, it's coming from an idea just like everything else that you're making. So you got to destroy that before Musa comes. Because what you're doing is not making the devil. And don't nobody need to come 2,600 years later and teach no trick knowledge from you. Because see, that's not what we doing. Ain't nobody gotta come 2,600 years after I say what I say and tell nobody nothing. Because why? I'm not keeping no secret. See, the whole nature of the culture that he built there on the island of Patmos, I'm not dealing with none of that. There's no secret. There's no other inner chamber. This inner chamber in your mind of if you apply yourself to this knowledge and gain a full understanding of it, but there's no inner chamber of other knowledge. Like it's not like, all right, you pass a certain level or you know the code, and then we give you the other degrees. Now we give you you got the main stuff. You got the math. You got. I really, the rest. If I had to, if people said, look, if you could, take your pick, if you had to choose, see, just knowing that I'm God and having the math, I could survive. I probably wouldn't be the me I am right now, but I could survive with that. You know what I'm saying? But that's how you gotta break that down. You understand what I mean? Is to know, understand, that you as a wise person, what's going to be your equality? See, that degree is telling you about Yaqub, how he wisdom his equality. You see what I'm saying? Because remember, when he was equality, that's when he drops his wisdom. Right? That's what it says in the wisdom degree, right? And when he was equality, that's when he dropped his wisdom. That's when he manifested what he was going to do. Mr. Green one said, I have been having issues with the police all week trying to disturb my peace. there's a new how would you say, there's a new statute that could be, and there's something that exists, you know what I'm saying, in law enforcement, and I've heard it manifested from Daryl Gates in so many words, but in reality, that's a law enforcement thing. You know what I'm saying? Where Daryl Gates is famous for saying, Daryl Gates was the police commissioner in LA. He was there. He wasn't a commissioner at that time, but he was there in the riots in the 60s. He was in all the riots. You know what I'm saying? But at any rate, he was famous for saying that officers should attempt to turn every traffic stop into a felony arrest. Meaning, if you stop them, check for whatever else, see if they got weapons, see if they got, find a reason to search them. You know what I'm saying? And as long as there's a law on the books that allows for them to do that, you know what I'm saying? This is why you got to watch the language. See, we took from them everything except their language. You got to watch the language. And legalese, that's their language. You see what I'm saying? So if we can find if we can find another reason to say we're stopping and frisking and arresting these people, this is what you got to be aware of, because a lot of things, the laws may be brought about for one reason, but the way it's implemented and who it's implemented against, it's crystal clear in New York City, at least, that, there's not balance dealing with the enforcement of, the new rules and regulations. K Black C said we need separation, not necessarily physical separation. I think by separating our dollars from their financial institutions, we can put a stop to this. America is a corporation, and this corporation needs black dollars. We need to focus on our economics. You know what I'm saying? But you can't really, you can have the dollars, but there's still got to be an economy for the dollars. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's still, like if we have the dollars, right, but they still control the value of the dollars. So I would say, yeah, in terms of a focus on what we do with the dollars. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that we doing anything illegal, but I'm saying that in New York, right, in New York City, that's in terms of the underworld, right? You had the Jews had a big underworld presence, and the Italians had a big underworld presence. You know what I'm saying? The Italians, they spent their money on the finest suits and, going out to the clubs and doing, living the high life. You know what I'm saying? Whereas the Jews, they lived the high life too, but they spent a lot of their money sending their children to medical school and law school. And so we see how, is a little difference there on the impact that had. You know what I'm saying? Finance school and things of these natures. You see what I'm saying? So you kind of can't have it both ways. Savior said, I saw a video today where a white cop accused a black man of peeing on the side of the road. And the man disagreed. The cop told him to lick it to prove his innocence. Whoa. Yeah, see, and yeah, see, this is what I'm saying when I'm saying that. Listen, there's there's a whole way in which there's a whole way that they're allowed to police in certain communities as opposed to other communities. Like there's just some neighborhoods where things of that nature don't happen. You see, that's where the issue comes in at. It's like, all right, let's say even if he, did what you said, you know what I'm saying? Like the situation that, I brought up that happened in Minneapolis. Like, all right, I don't know what it is that you saying that he did. But the way you dealt with the situation, right? And the fact that, see, what I'm saying is, listen, that's a no-no on Wall Street. You will not see anybody having that happen that has not tried to assassinate, the head of the Federal Reserve or something. You're not going to see that. The cops that's down there don't even have that attitude. They don't have the attitude that, okay, we in a community full of animals. So this is how we got to keep order. This is not the impression that they're under. And see, that's what has to be addressed. You know what I'm saying? Because, the fine line, right, is this. If you come in a community, like I said, even if a person is guilty of some of the petty stuff we're talking about, shoplifting and selling cigarettes and this type of stuff, even if they're guilty of that, when you have that mentality and you just come in, right, and you're already convinced that this person is guilty, you're convinced enough to arrest them, right? Then what happens when it gets down to the level of Tommy Rice? You know what I'm saying? Where it's a little kid, but because you already have this conviction that you're dealing with animals, they got to get the animal trainers to whatever those people are. They got to get the big game hunters out of the community and tell them that we're not animals for this stuff to stop happening. Real Hip Hop said, be careful with believing the police are all bad. Allah said that we should respect authorities. You never know when you might need them. You know, I had to say this, Real Hip Hop. I understand that perfectly. You see what I'm saying? You gotta remember, see, Allah was a military man. You know what I'm saying? And you also gotta understand that, in the context of what was going on in the 60s. You know what I'm saying? You talking about the Black Panther era, all liberation armies, all type of stuff going on. So, making us know the wisest way to deal with the equality or the situation, the atmosphere we was in, right? Yeah, we got lessons like that. But see, even with that, you got to know how to draw that up to this day and time right now. See, I can tell you, man, listen, of the multiple things that have happened to me, I'm talking about me personally, never, not one time has the police been there. Like, if it was ever a time I needed you, you know, all of those times, I don't call them ever being. You know, so you got to recall that, respect don't mean laying down. We respect their rules when we in a cipher, when we in a kingdom. Like I said, if they got a particular way that they maintain order over there, all right, we not there to disturb their order. We only there to teach whoever we can teach, and then we do what we do. But real hip hop, there's another lesson in that too. And this is something that, when I get into conversations with a lot of people, is that in the American system of government and politics. I haven't been in every system of politics. I don't know how it works in socialism. And, I'm talking about on the ground. I know what socialism is. But I'm talking about in terms of how it works. It doesn't matter if every single police is racist. As long as the system that they representing is racist, then they might as well be. It really don't matter. You know how many times the cops come up to somebody, right? And they say, yo, listen, man, we really don't want to be doing this, but this is what's coming from the brass. How many jobs you seen? Look, it don't even have to be the police. Like right now, when you go in the store and the people say, yo, do you have your mask on? And you like, nah, I ain't got my mask. What they say? Well, right now, the state law. So it really doesn't matter what you saying. See, real hip hop, and this is, be careful with what you call a good cop. See, was the cop who stood there while the other cop had him down with his knee on his neck, was he a good cop? That's the fact of the matter. Calm Islami said, problem is there are no standards for being a police officer. Anybody can basically join. Yeah, pretty much. Calm Islami said, if you needed a specialized degree to be a cop, things might be different. Devon said the 26th degree and 140 is dealing with specific time periods on the Asiatic calendar. 8,400 deals with Yaqub's idea. 2,600 tell us when Musa came. 8,400 plus 2,600 equals 11,000. Of course, taking you to the wisdom degree in the 1 to 14 in the Asiatic world. Real hip hop said, I know police that's down with it. Look, I know them too. But listen, and I've told all of them this. What you doing over there it's not the same thing we doing over here. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know any brother that's over there that think, he's building civilization. The brothers that I know that's doing that, you know what I'm saying? It's a limit. Real Hip Hop said he lives on the street where Tamir was killed. So see, that's what I'm saying. And that's another thing, Real Hip Hop, and not you, but I'm just saying in general, I have an issue with. I have an issue when we talking about the bad cops and then somebody brings up the good cops. Now, unfortunately for me, right? I've been arrested before, multiple times. And out of all of them times, when I got to the court, never not one time did they bring up that I used to be on the honor roll. Never not one time. They never said, well, hold on now. Hold on. Don't get caught up thinking he's all bad. He comes from a good church, God-fearing family. Never not one time. So why every time we talk about the bad cops, you want to bring up the good cops? Well, because that's not what they do when they deal with us. See, when Ahmaud Arbery, right? They didn't. What they put up? Oh well, he got arrested for shoplifting, and they didn't put up no good stuff. Well, when he was 6 years old, he had a hell of a smile. See, that's not equality. That's not equality, man. Divine knowledge Allah said when Divine knowledge Allah said, when I do the knowledge on the whole situation, I come to the realization that it's not about money, it's about educating the 85% so the 10% will no longer be able to use them as a tool. Yeah, that's why, the 5%, our duty is to teach. You see what I'm saying? Because knowledge come before wisdom. There's got to be unity before it could be unified action. You see what I'm saying? Before any of these political or economic solutions could really be applied on a when I say nationwide, I'm talking about America, across America, right? It's going to take across America unity. I'm not putting things in a vacuum. I'm saying that, remember when we was in elementary school and they taught us about all those meetings in pubs that George Washington and John Adams and all these dudes, they was having all these meetings where they was putting their minds together about how we going to conduct this revolution. They didn't have a certain amount of minds that was one, that never could have happened. When the people go to school, right, for finance, and they all learn the standard practices, that's so they can be one mind in what they're doing. See, even in science, you know, it don't particularly say that in the lesson right there. But when it say, tell us why was Yakub so successful in all his undertakings, right? Well, one reason is because everything was being planned all the way from 21. Then he gets to the island of Patmos and start laying down the law until 28. See, all that time when what he's promising his nation would do, he's bringing all of them under one mind and one idea. Fly Phrase said, when seconds count, the police are minutes away when they're needed. You got to be able to hold yourself down if need be until they show up. Pretty much. You know, in Detroit, you know, they recommended that you get a weapon. The police came on. It was a news conference. I seen it. Where the chief of police said, listen, you know, if you plan on staying in Detroit, get you a weapon because we can't guarantee your safety. Serious Mathematics said, always remember there's always wolves in sheep's clothing, in this case, uniforms. Thomas Lonnie said, police and teachers are similar. The quality of the, hold on, let me see something here, because this is a science right here too. Police and teachers are similar. The quality of the people doing these jobs is garbage. You know, I'm gonna tell you something, and I don't know if this is a unique to New York thing, but there's a lot of teachers in police in relationships. A lot of families got teachers and police in it. You know, that those two groups of people, you know, would gravitate towards each other is something about that. But that's a point that you bring up right there. Why, as you said, are there any officers other than righteous? Listen, man, like I said, I don't really see them. Because the fact is, if you're a good cop, you know, what the cop do? You arrest criminals. So if you go to work every day with all these criminals and you don't never do nothing, then you're not a good cop. You can ask any cop; they tell you, "Yeah, I know all types of crimes that's happening in the upper echelons of the city government." But I'm gonna get fired if I deal with that. Meaning, this is what I'm saying. A kid steal an apple, right? You go tackle him down, slap him all in the head, put him in the cell, and give him the maximum charge you can give him for stealing an apple. You know, I don't know how true it is. All on the Business is in the room right now. But I heard that there was people in California that because of the 3 strikes law, there was people that was doing life for stealing an apple. You know, like they got whatever felonies from way back, and then, you know, they did some petty thing right now, but it goes on to 3 strikes, and 3 strikes is you out. Right? But listen, you got dudes, you know, stealing, you know, millions of dollars, you know, all types of kickbacks and this type of scheme and that type of scheme and embezzlement, and they know it. So listen, just say, man, you do your job. You know, you here to do your job. You don't try to take it overboard. But good cop is kind of misnomerish for me. all of the business said that's not the proper way to make a positive difference in our community if you feel like you want to make one. Savvy said they don't teach officers to deal in equality, or the cop that checked his pulse and walked away. Yeah, listen, even those EMS workers are supposed to get fired. The EMS workers, whoever's those people that came that was dragging him on the ground, when they came, they were supposed to say, look, you got to take the cuffs off. That you could really cuff them to the thing right, but right now, this person is in distress. They're not supposed to, whether the person is a criminal or none of that is in the Hippocratic. They all supposed to go to jail. Free to be me said, I know some police who are Moors and Muslims. Well, listen, you seen the lesson? Where it tells you it's 5% in all walks of life. From high society, government jobs, yeah. I'm not saying necessarily that they're making the devil, but at the same time, the system is affecting what it's affecting. You know what I'm saying? That the system is having the effect that it's having. Like, see, this is what I'm saying. In her mind, the lady who was doing she was the one that really duped the brothers in the Tuskegee experiment. It was a nurse that was an original woman. And she was telling the brothers that the reason you getting these shots is because you got some kind of bad blood. So they're gonna give you this shot right now, and then you gotta keep coming in, so they can help you. In her mind, she might have thought, oh, well, yeah, this is gonna be crucial medical research that. Girl Hip Hop said, I'm not bringing up the good cops, just acknowledging that bashing cops, I guess this means won't change anyone's circumstances. Well, we're not talking about changing each other's circumstances through bashing cops. However, you've got to look at the history. This is what I'm saying. You listen to a Martin Luther King or a Malcolm X speech, right? And they talking about police brutality. When you see the Malcolm X movie, one of the plots that's in there, you know what I'm saying? One of the little subplots that's in there is police brutality. That was 60 years ago. Like, of all the things that they talking about, the equality, we different now. Okay, why don't you be different like that? This is, we complain about things of people losing their jobs. This is people losing their lives, man. So is it going to bring that brother back? No, but we talking about a circumstance that's been going on for 60 years, man. A lot of the people that was doing that lynching down south was the police. That's why a lot of times there wasn't no charges, because the person who led the charge was the police. So yeah, this got to be spoken on. Because see, the other answer is, well, we just got to be better slaves. And whenever we run into the slave patrol, conduct ourselves with more fear. Right, free to be me said, the guy who was standing on the side, where's his humanity at? Like you standing there, and I'm saying that, listen, even if you haven't been in a fight, I'm talking about just a regular fight where you knock somebody on the ground or, y'all was tussling or whatever. Listen, man, when you're in that close contact with an opponent, you can feel when they give out. Son. Like, even if he was struggling at you, son, there comes a point that you can see right there. And I'm saying, if you ever been in any, you can feel when the other person, when they're broken, son. So, I mean, they did that on purpose. Because you felt that point and you kept going. And see, my thing is this. Why this is important. Real hip hop. Why I think it's important is that, with most behavior, whether it's positive or negative, one second. Yeah, I know I do my chefing a lot of times. I do my chefing while I'm on here. But we know that with most behavior, whether it's positive or negative. Meaning, listen, the first time I stepped into a cipher, right, I didn't build for 2-3 hours. Like we do on here. First time I went to cipher, I probably was talking 10 seconds. Whatever most behavior you have to build up. Or are we believing this narrative that these are isolated incidents, and in your first time out, the first time you got a little rough, it just happened, you killed somebody. But you're not like that. See, that's another thing that gets left out to me. You got a handful of cases, but the average person's first crime is not murder. You got to build up to some things. So how many people came through the system complaining, yo, these people did this and did that, but it wasn't no video? See, when we don't speak on it, we leave all those other dudes sitting there going, whew, close call, man. Thought they was about to do an investigation to catch all of us roughing people up. So you letting all of them just sit there. Lafayette said, do police officers get a crash course in what? Legalized during the academy mean laws? How come it takes a lawyer like 7 years to study law and be able to practice it, but the police can enforce it after 6 months or so? Yeah, well, they don't know the law. The police ain't got nothing to do with the law. The police is just a company that lock people up. You know what I'm saying? Like Delta is a company that fly people on the airplane. Ford is a company that they make cars. The police is just a company that lock people up. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? They produce bodies. When you want to deal with law, you got to go in the court. And even with that, that's mostly in the appeals court. Hold on, let me catch up here. Hip hop said that's the fallacy of America. What's the fallacy of America? K Black C said the last time I got arrested, they had a part on the police report of whether my skin was dark or really dark. I wonder what that was about. Yeah. You know, that's that police jargon. Joseph said the rich folks in Detroit are leaving. They know something. All of the business said if they leaving, I'm going. All of the business said got to go to the hells of America and build up heaven. Real Hip Hop said teachers are social police. They all work for Yakub. I wouldn't really say they social police. You know, you know, within society, they kind of nurses. You know what I'm saying? They like the nurses in society. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, after they finish miseducating you, then you go to the cremators as the police. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, not just through the miseducation, but also through the training, you know, the slave training. You know what I mean? The you know, introducing you to the rules of how you're supposed to act. You understand what I'm saying? In the society that's oppressing you, you know, they introduce you to that. So they the nurses. Joseph said Kamala Harris was locking up mothers for their children missing in school. So where's the social? So for their children missing school, so where's the social equality? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That, you know, in just in terms of when we saying, you know, you feel like you're a good cop because, you know, you go to work every day and you don't take bribes, but this is the kind of thing you're doing. You know, while you sitting there with your, you know, hands on your waist while somebody's getting choked to death. 793rd, so there are also cats who are doing 20 plus for minor equality charges in LA. You know what I'm saying? And at the same time, it's legal. Fly said, thank the Clinton administration for that. It's Jigga 1017. Jigga 1017 said, that's the Biden law. Yeah, you know, Biden needs to be watched, man, because he was very instrumental. You know, we always say it's the Clinton bill, but he was the dude that actually argued for it in Congress. You know, Clinton signed it and all, but Joe Biden was the guy getting up in the Senate and giving the passionate speeches about why it needed to be passed. Universal Truth came in. He said, "Look up Corey Pegues." Well, who's Corey Pegues, and why should we be looking him up? Oh yeah, y'all talking about that right now. Joe Self and Fly Face. I don't know why I don't see Joe Self. Oh yeah, Biden too. I see it right there. Yeah. And Biden did the passionate speeches. So all on the business says that the three strikes is a real thing. If you're a violent offender on the third, you can get life for being around a crime, criminal or felon, without playing a part or role in a crime at all. So that's what I'm saying. If you're a part of a system like that, where it's just, listen, I know I did, wrong stuff or whatever, but look, I'm going back to see my cousin, what I'm saying, that still rests around the way, or maybe my grandmother still rests around there. I go back around there, I see some brothers that I know, you know what I'm saying, when they out there doing what they do or whatever, and the police roll up, I end up doing life. See, you can't be a part of a system like that and then really put good in front of your name, man. you know. And in the meantime, like I said, for a fact that there's a whole lot worse going on at the place where you show up for work every day. Xavier said a lot of these incidents could be avoided by realizing the miseducation of the officers. Yeah, but see, that's why I said it's not, it can't be, you can't make a mistake for 60 years straight, for 150 years straight. You can't. Like I'm saying that, listen, if dudes that work on Wall Street was getting choked out, that's not going to happen for 150 years, man. Like what I'm saying is, look, this is what I'm saying. You see the response that happened to this medical crisis right here? That's because nah. See that can't. Whoa. This ain't no happenstance thing here. We can't. Nah. We can play like that. A couple people died. Now we got to lock everything down. The idea that those are mistakes and that's not the deliberate outcome, like this is what you train to do. I'm telling you, when those cops go on trial, he's gonna say, nah, all I did was the regular restraining shit. Nah, that's I did the proper move. Somehow his health was the same way with Eric Garner. They said, nah, that's not a chokehold. I wasn't a chokehold. He just, he struggled in the way he turned his neck as he was struggling. That's what happened. Nah, man, it's not an incident. It's not a mistake. It's not miseducation. It's the training kicking in, the training that you have to kill people kicking in, and you killing people on the front line when he comes in. Same way they train you how to kill, they put you in the army, you go on the front line, they expect you to kill. Like I said, when you look at those charts, when they in the gun range and they shooting, right, you'll never see a kneecap on those charts. You'll never see a kneecap. You see a center mass and head with the heart highlighted. D Christian, he said, I can't catch it. D. Christian said you had the actor Michael Jai White state that he was denied entry into the police force because his IQ was too high. In other words, they recruit those that are malleable and easily controlled. Indeed. And plus, see that type of rank and file, following that comes with any type of, military, paramilitary type of thing, they don't really go together. With somebody being highly intelligent. They don't really go together. Savior said they are trained and taught not to deal inequality. So when you approach them, inequality, they probably one of the good ones. The problem begins. I'll catch up to that later. All right, what was the guy? Your name is Devon, right? Jafet Murray said, I know we have to teach on a daily basis, but sometimes the bills get redundant because we all know what we have to do when they killing our people. Nah, man. See, don't understand what confirmation bias is. You know what I'm saying? And that's related to this, in that don't assume that just because you know that everybody else knows. Like even people that you see out there protesting at every one of these protests for every one of these brothers, even some of them don't know. And even if they know, that don't mean they know what to do. You know what I'm saying? See, sometimes that type of frustration like that can also come from, you trying to deal with people that's too old. See, a lot of these things that we saying, this is training that has to be put into the babies. See, that's one thing, when we, like I said, when we look back and we say, all right, out of the history that's been lived, what we want to renew and what we want to throw away. One thing the Black Panthers did is they dealt with the youth. The youth have to be trained to do this stuff. So you can't go to people who have a stake in the oppression and expect them to do that. See, just like right now, we can think about all types of stuff, man, that should be happening during this quarantine, but really, everybody just want to get back to work. Everybody just want to get back to the plantation. They want their kids to get back to school. So they don't really know that. You know what I'm saying? So, Civilized is responsible. Joe Self said police are there to protect the civil order and property, not original people. Joe Self said, I learned about the violent offender thing early in life. I was in trouble for fighting, still locked. Dudes was coming home before me for drugs. I kept hearing, well, you sure you have to show you're not violent. And that's Universal Truth said Corey Pegas went from hustling, joined the military, then worked his way to becoming a deputy inspector in the NYPD. He wrote a book about his life. Hey, man. You know, New York got a lot of cats like that. Joe Self said that type of law is like telling a 15-year-old, go sell drugs and you will come home by summer, but defend yourself and you stay in. See, one thing that happens in New York, right, is that, you know, and still related to that slave master type mentality, right? You know, New York responds to boogeymen. And the number one boogeyman in society, right, is black people. So I haven't read this guy's story, but I'm saying what happens in New York, right? You have times, like for instance, the story that came out, the documentary that came out recently with the Central Park Five, right? A lot of the cops that Giuliani used, right, to enforce the things that he wanted to enforce really came about because of the outcry that New York needs all this more police because of the Central Park jogger case. You know, there was a couple of other things too. But because of that, it's like, yo, New York needs all these new police. So a lot of them was actually, they started off in the academy under Dinkins. He was the one that was passing the laws that was saying, okay, we're going to increase the amount of police that we have coming through the academy. And Giuliani happened to come in as all those guys was coming out. And he used them for his goals. But saying all that to say is that when they have those times like that, when it's like, yo, we just need to recruit right now, like, you know, we don't have nobody, then yeah, they start relaxing all the rules. And you start to get a lot of people slipping through the cracks. You know, that was happening in New York in the late 60s, early 70s too. And so this guy, was he a crooked cop? Oh, the business said one of the oldest ways to take a so-called before to jail was
It's 9
loitering.
o'clock.
We couldn't read that word, and they used it at times to arrest the people. Loitering was also used widely in Prohibition. Yeah, that was also one of the Jim Crow laws too. You know what I'm saying? Like we catch you standing around in this town, clearly you don't have an owner because, he would surely have you working. Where's your papers? Universal Truth said, talking about legalese, Corey Paget said, nobody asked me on the application, did I ever sell crack? I'm pretty sure there's something on there that asks you about the illegal activity that you've taken part in, I mean. Universal Truth said the NYPD didn't find out until after his retirement and book. They wanted to take his pension. And when did he come into the department? Because I'm saying this too, though. If they want to take his pension to say that, okay, you was invalid as a police somehow, you wasn't qualified, right? Then don't they have to take back all his arrests? Like all the people you arrested, you gotta let them out now. You ain't have no reason to be taking me in. Jeffrey said the people that's protesting are bill powers. They've been protesting for years and nothing changes. They keep protesting. Yeah, but God, this is what you gotta understand. See, uh, uh, what's his name? Barnum, P.T. Barnum said it's a sucker born every minute. You know what I'm saying? By that same token, there's a baby born every minute that needs to know this knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying yesterday, and that applies to today. There's a lot of equality that you deal with that's not going to come back in the same form. You know what I'm saying? Like when you help your children with their homework, they're not going to help you back with your homework. The equality that you're going to get back from that, right, is them being successful. So, in terms of becoming impatient, that's not something you really need to get caught up in. You know what I'm saying? Because even dealing with, the way we talking about, what kind of toppings you got on there? Even the way we talking about, what we gonna do, you gotta understand something. If you don't really know what you're doing, you know what I'm saying, and you get too hyped, too amped, you go out there, right, and deal with the equality in a way that's not wise. Because I'm saying like this. Well, here's the question: what would you have them do? Like, say if it was like, all right, they not bill powers, they not protesting. Now they're gonna do something that's effective. What would that be? Like what? How would they bring about a change? Joseph said NYPD is a paramilitary state-run, Fed-funded organization. They have the firepower of a third world country, maybe more. Well, in particular, because of 9/11, the NYPD is Homeland Security. So I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. All on the Business said Rampart Division in LA beat the case for killing Biggie. The dude that beat the case still lives in the hood, and the officers never were charged. Also, the two officers from Rampart later were arrested for robbing banks. Yeah, I did hear about that. That part I heard about. They was Pyrus from Compton. I didn't hear about that. Joseph said, you seeing police forces all over being militarized. We see certain sheriffs not okay with police in the jurisdiction. But yeah, Jeffet Muir, what'd you say? His name is Divine, right? Like, what's the, how would what's the most efficient way you see as bringing them to bring about that change? God said he grew up in the late 60s. The brothers was dealing with defense. Yeah, I mean, but I'm saying that's something that we could say, all right, that's something that brothers was dealing with that was good, that might be able to affect the type of change we saying. But I mean, it's not like everybody's gonna enroll in Kung Fu and then our situation is gonna change. You got anybody? Matter of fact, hold on. It's about that time. Yeah, we could open it up. Divine, Jeffet Murray, that's the link right there to you can come on the live and speak. If you want to make yourself, you think it'll make what you're saying more clearer if you come on the live and speak. W said, I tried to suggest to a young brother to take up some kind of martial arts. He told me, why learn how to box or do karate when his peers walk around with guns? Ron said there's no way to sugarcoat this. When we set it off, they are going to try to self-destruct the planet. Okay, but in that case, why would we set it off? Like, what do you mean, like nuclear holocaust? See, what I'm saying is, you know, war is a science. You know, West Point, what's that other place? You know, Annapolis place, you know, there's places people go and study for years, months, and days. You know, in terms of learning the strategy, the science, and the arts of war. See, even knowing martial arts is not necessarily the art of war. See, right now, Xavier said martial arts is good when you're not being attacked with guns, maybe just 2 or 3 people. Devon said better than keep talking. Not necessarily. I mean, I know what you're saying in terms of, you know, if you're just talking BS. But see, me and myself, right, as a wise man, you know what I'm saying? I had to learn how to deal with inequality in ways, you know, to keep myself out of trouble. God said the mind said the planet was built on bloodshed. Yeah, but that bloodshed was perfected, you know what I'm saying, by the Greeks and then the Romans, you know what I'm saying? You had the Mongolians, you know, the Umayyads, you know, Charlemagne and his people, the Mongols, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, those were big organized forces. And see, like what you're talking about, just setting it off, you know, dealing with the science and art of war, that's not what you do. You can't meet a larger, more organized force head on like that. And you also got to remember, like I said, man, you know, see, that's not what we teaching for one, because we got babies, man. And you got to remember, man, it's people that came into this knowledge before they even had saved equality unknown, man. It's people that came into this knowledge that ain't have the chance to live yet, man. They see, when I came in at 15, you know what I'm saying? What would that look like? Them strapping the machine gun on my back and telling me, yo, it's time for bloodshed. The reality is, I see what you're saying in terms of, you know, just going out there to protest and saying we ain't having this, and then you still going for it. But what I'm saying is that right now, you know, I could walk in the precinct, right, with 150 shot clip in a machine gun and shoot everybody in the precinct. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I shoot them, no telling they gonna die. But then that's gonna be it for me. Now I'm just saying, when you contrast that to the impact that I've had, somebody could have gave me that at 15 and said, "Look, go handle that business." But the impact that I've been able to have, right, by teaching, I put way more damage on them than a handful of, officers down there that they don't care about anyway. I would just be, it's brothers that, look, remember the brother that was in Texas? The brother that was in Dallas, that he went off on the police? He did a little bit of damage, but that's not, he did the inspiration. It's just as much inspiration for the police as it is for the hood. You gotta, in terms of just weighing it and judging it, I disagree with that. K Black C said, "Did you ever hear about the domestic situation in Bloomfield, New Jersey, where the police tried to kill a brother, but the dash cams were running at the time?" Yeah. I've seen where that happened a couple times. A couple times, man, where the dash cam was running when they didn't know it was running. And I've heard about instances where, conveniently, when the officer was going to get his pen, he clicked the body cam off. I said, what's going to happen is that the only way we are going to come together is when the devil try to put us back into chattel slavery. That's a reality. I see what you're saying on that. That coincides with something when I say that it's got to be hard time, hunger, nakedness, and out of doors. Like, people got to hit rock bottom, because being beaten and killed by the ones that advocate that kind of God is not enough. It hasn't been enough to spark individuals to say, okay, we need to bring about a change. Sincere born Asiatic. You know what I'm saying? So necessarily, if it's going to be the chattel slavery, but yeah, it's got to be a certain rock bottom where, it's like right now, you got your phone to distract you from your problems. You know what I'm saying? But if it hits rock bottom where you don't even have that phone, you know what I'm saying? Kind of it's an old what would you say? It's like an old saying that, America is the only place that got fat people that's saying that they poor. You know what I'm saying? And so, just the fact that you could be fat and be poor is, you're not as motivated as people who, when they poor, that really means you're not going to eat. So, as long as there's some cushion in the system of oppression, then people going to enjoy that cushy spot instead of bringing about a change. So I can understand what you're saying right there. SW said at 17, I was told how to hold a mental armory. Devon said, remember, God never died and the devil don't care what we teach as long as we don't try nothing. I mean, you know, this is inspirational what you're saying. I'm understanding you. But I'm talking about, there's a standing army. There's a standing army, right? That you're talking about going against. Just for the sake of saying that, you're the one that's speaking about this, right? You're leading the way, right? As the leader, how you gonna lead your people into success? Am I on a laptop? Got Universal came in. Everybody do the each one, teach one, and hit the like button from if you made it this far with me too. All right. Define said the same way we live our degrees, we got to stop talking about and be about whether we are going to take what's ours or we all out of here. I mean, all this stuff sounds good, but I'm saying, how are you giving me the what, the why, and the who? You're saying when is now, where, and how. See, because and tell me how you see this, how you draw this up. You know what I'm saying? That J. Edgar Hoover, right? Who was, he was one of the people that established the tone of how we dealt with, especially those of us that's speaking, about freedom, justice, and equality. So how do you see, the reality that J. Edgar Hoover said that the most dangerous thing in America was an idea, and that the most dangerous person in America, right, was a person who was speaking nonviolence, but he was spreading ideas about freedom, justice, and equality. How you draw that up? Wisdom of law rule, huh? You know what I mean? You know, you telling me the knowledge, but you're not telling me how you're gonna be born alive. You got to be able to walk. You got to be able to walk people all the way through that. Like, are you just saying this walk? Are you just, you just speaking about this, or, do you actually study this? Because I would have a question. Right now, during this crisis, right? Where are you getting your God degrees? Where are you getting your food? Devon said, if we're dealing with savages, you can't deal with anything else because he don't want to hear it. Joseph said, when you're dealing with 2, 1, and 18, there are people you're gonna have to watch return that you love. I'm not ready for that. I choose teaching. Savior said, our swords are our tongues. I mean, it's stuff that you're saying. Look, I gotta take the line from Superfly. You know what I'm saying? The part in Superfly where the Muslims, they roll up on him in the bar and they like, yo, you know what I'm saying? You doing all this hustling, you know, uh, you need to add on to the cause. And he told them, look, I don't know about your cause, You know what I'm saying? But I need my currency to deal with the white man how I'm dealing with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is how I'm rising above the equality here is through giving this money, is through getting this money. You know what I'm saying? Now, listen, if you're talking about getting rid of him, then show me where the front line is, and I'll beat you down there. I'll be the first one on the front line. But until then, even saying what you're saying is just talking. Like when you sitting there like, listen, you saying that, like I'm not sure where you from. K-Bone was a science guy. You know, I'm not sure where you from, but I'm saying I'm from New York. Well, look, if you really bought it, there's like 130 precincts or something. You know, then you got some, let's say it's like 150 precincts in New York. If somebody's really bought it, go handle business, man. Because saying that everybody else is talking is talking. And just being aware of what you're saying, son. See, let me explain something to you, man. If a person, you know you got beef with a person, that person could have a gun. But you know you got beef with the person and you know the type of dude he is. You can neutralize that gun. Either by bringing your own gun or, you know, by doing whatever you got to do to disarm him. But son, if you don't know that somebody's your enemy and you don't know that he got it on him, a person could kill you with a spoon. The right person or the wrong person, however you want to see it, they kill you with a spoon. If you're not aware that they got it and that they after you. Nah, see, this is what I'm saying, Devon. When you say we not doing nothing, right? What you really mean is you not doing nothing because you don't feel that you making progress. But you can't tell everybody else, right, that's building in whatever their way is, that they not doing nothing. Like, I understand what you're saying, but look, you first. So you say, you know, you grew up in the 60s, you know what I'm saying? Look, you know, the brothers, 793rd, a couple brothers in here with me, recall, listen, used to be a time brothers used to say, listen, don't hype me up and send me on a mission and you ain't complete your own self. That's what I'm saying. That we gotta be wise, man. K. Blackseed said J. Edgar Hoover wanted to keep the slaves as slaves. Frederick Douglass's male owner scolded his wife for teaching Douglass how to read because he said by teaching him how to read, you will free him. Devon said, you tell me how long we are going to keep accepting this. You know, this is already a science that's in the lessons where it says expired 1914, and we know that it's 2020. There ain't no preordained religious prophecy that's just going to happen without us living it out. It ain't no time. It could be tomorrow morning at 5:30. if that's when we wake up and handle the business. But until we ready, that's how long it's gonna be. Like this is one particular situation, but see, any hell that you in, until you realize that you love yourself more than you love the hell, more than you love the nothing that you getting as a reward to remain in hell, then nah, it ain't never gonna be right. You know, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying that, yo, everybody, I'm just saying that, listen, man, we gotta go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can't go 1, 5, 9. That these things, what you're saying, step by step, people gotta wake up. What's your point? Is that people gotta wake up? I mean, we back at square zero. What I'm saying is that, listen, God, there's people that look and don't see. There's people that listen, but they don't hear. Like, if you ever go to show somebody something, like, look, you could take somebody who's not into sports, right? And show them the greatest game of the year. You can show them, you know, Michael Jordan, but they're not into that. They're not going to see what you see. Look right at the same thing you looked at, but did not see what you saw. There's people you might bring, yo, come me over here, you know what I'm saying? Somebody who, you know, you might have been at 85 with them. So you like, yo, let me bring this brother with me, right? To the brothers, let him hear what I heard, and then he could get the knowledge too. But when he gets over there, he don't hear what you heard. He listened to the same people say the same stuff, but he don't hear what you heard. Like I said, Devon, the people, you're right. That's where I agree with you at. It's that, yeah, it has to be hard times, harder times, hunger, nakedness, and out of doors to go with what's clearly has been happening, right? Of us being beaten and killed by the ones who advocate that kind of God. You know what I'm saying? And not for nothing, everybody that's in the room, you gotta understand where he's coming from too. See, because I understand where you're coming from. You know what I'm saying? When he said he grew up in the 60s, right? Then it did lead me to understand, see, I understand your equality. I understand your knowledge. I understand where you're coming from. See what I'm saying? Is that those brothers that was around in the 60s and the 70s, well, at least the early 70s, you know what I'm saying? But once you start getting to the late 50s and the 60s, right? You had a lot of brothers that had just started coming to the conclusion that, look, you know, it's going to be smoke. And that's one of the reasons why you had all that training going on in the hood, is that brothers had just came to that expectation. And so you started seeing more militancy coming about, you know what I'm saying? You know, one of the things that was happening, and like I said, you got to look at everything based in the context of timing and everything. See, those brothers that was growing up in the 50s and 60s, you know what I'm saying? They growing up looking up to the Malcolm X's, the Martin Luther Kings, and all these people. And they saw them as like, okay, that's the chance. These brothers, we behind them. But see, when they kill those brothers, the brothers that was around at that time was like, yo, listen, B, it's clear what the deal is, son. You see what I'm saying? And you started seeing that more militancy being manifested. The Panthers, what's the people in Philly? Is it move or push? Is it the people, the brothers and sisters that they bombed out in Philly? But just saying, you know, that's another example. I'm saying, you know, Black Liberation Army and all these different things start manifesting, you know what I'm saying, out of that time, because it just seemed like, yo, they're not gonna, you know what I'm saying, they're not gonna respect nothing. You know what I'm saying? Operation Move. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I understand that perspective of things. But you gotta remember, that was the 1960s. And this is 2020. You know what I'm saying? See, that's one thing, if you recall, right? Divine, that's one of the lessons of 1968. See, in 1968, almost every faction in the country was protesting. From anti-war demonstrators to women's lib, all kinds of things. You know what I'm saying? And just like you got right now, you got a time where it's a whole lot of political division, even inside of the parties. See, it was a whole lot of political division going on in the 1968 election because remember, they just did the civil rights thing. So you just had the Dixiecrats moving over to the Republican Party, and then you had all types of dissension going on. And some people went to protest at the Democratic National Convention, but they were white though, college kids. And the police beat them in the head in a way that they wasn't expected. You know, there was another thing that happened. There's a university called Kent State, I think. And they was out there protesting, and the National Guard fired on them, white kids. There was also a protest at a black college, I think in North Carolina, and they shot them up too. That one didn't make the news, but it made the Random Jews channel. But just saying that to say that they showed that, listen, man, we prepared to kill you, no matter who you are. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I'm not bringing all this stuff up to say what can't happen and what can happen. I'm saying that, listen, we got to learn the lessons, man, of the successes and the failures of the past, man. See, because some of the failures have been the same failures over and over and over. And a lot of the successes have been the same successes over and over and over. And see, we've always been successful when we educated the youth. We've always been successful at that. We haven't always been successful at going to pitch battle with them. You know, we tend to have limited success. I say he never met the father, but from what I was told, he was not having it. Not having what? I mean, he's Allah. So see, just like somebody was saying earlier, respect authority. I mean, there's no authority over Allah. Of course, he had no fear of them, but remember, that was one of the things that I didn't understand coming into the knowledge. I was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You sure he said that? When brothers said to me that, look, Allah said, if you in some type of trouble and you owe time to the devil, like you did some type of crime and you go do that time. He wasn't saying for you to do it to submit. He was saying for you to do it, man, because see, listen, let me tell you something, man. One thing we got to do is keep our mathematics intact. See, like, when you get yourself in trouble, man, this type of talking like this, man, and you say this type of stuff to the young, they can't keep their mathematics intact. And see, when you in jail, your mathematics are incomplete. I'm not saying you incomplete as a person, nobody's better than you, but what I'm saying is you don't got freedom. When somebody's telling you when to turn the light out, you don't got freedom, son. You can't really born understanding in all worlds from highs to lows. You could born crazy, understand. That's why our brother come home out of there and he know all this stuff or whatever. Yeah, because that's the only way you could really born understand it. It's just like people say, man, health is wealth, man. Some things you may overlook it. But before we can be successful in all them other things, we got to deal with first things first and last things last. Al-Lari said, what do you think it would take to build Black communities? Necessity. If you look at the history of us being in North America, our history here in North America, right? That's what's always broken the unity, is when some people can get a few more ounces of chitlins. You get a few more spoonfuls. Matter of fact, you know what? We give you a slice of ham. If you turn on the other slaves. See, because you don't need them to survive. Like, see, that's what keeps a family and a village and everything together. Is that when you building a civilization, you building that society and everything where everybody need everybody to survive. You know what I'm saying? How we say it once a 5%, we all we got. See, when we are, and look, and this is where I agree with Divine, what he's saying. Is that until we realize that we all we got. No, you don't got Jordans. You don't. Michael Jordan got Jordans. Nike got Jordans. They just let you French yourself off, man, for a couple months till you wear them out. Until we realize that we all we got. D. Christian said different mindset in regards to the 1960s. In 2020, we understood more who our open enemy was. Well, see, look, that's a part of the trick knowledge. You see what I'm saying? Not to say that this is, but look, when he said that the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. Well, let's just move that a little bit. Let me adjust that. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing you that his devilishment wasn't really devilishment. You understand what I'm saying? And so every step of the way, that's what he does. Like, let's take it back to slavery. Yeah, you let them off the plantation. But what you did is you just disguised how you still was going to run the system the same way. And then, because we don't have that level of political education in society and the way they building things, right? And knowing the culture that they building, right? Because we're not aware of that, it takes us years, months, and days to catch on to the fact that, son, that deal we made with you at the trading post last time, that was some BS, B. For most scams, that's how it works. It's not till you get the brick home in the box that you realize it was never a radio in there. You know what I'm saying? So, that's just something that we got to constantly realize, that they moving the goalposts. They changing the language. You know what I'm saying? Juan said, and they murdered him for what he was teaching, but we still here. And that's the point. What I'm saying is that, see, at least we are still here getting our swings in. Now, suppose if he would have seen the same thing what he's seen, but instead of saying, yo, you know what? I'm gonna go out there and teach the babies. Suppose he decided, yo, I'm gonna go in the precinct and attack them with it. And see, we know how we are. I'm talking, listen, by now we feel, he not the first brother that would have did that. And he not the last. And how many of them do we recall right now? How many of them are we talking about? The impact that he had by telling people, no, I'm not going to send my sons to do nothing like that, has been far greater than anything he could have did with a gun. That gun, you see, like we were saying yesterday, you know what I'm saying? Brother come on here from Poland. You know what I'm saying? What the other brother was on here from the other day? He's from another place, you know what I'm saying? It was another brother, we ain't seen him in a while, but he was coming on from the Philippines. Now, what bullet could travel that distance? What bullet could it travel that distance? I don't even know if it's a bomb that could travel that distance. Not in the 60s. If you had an airplane, you probably had to refuel. I don't know if they got an airplane that could just circumnavigate the globe right now without having to refuel. Nothing else could have had that type of impact, man, except teaching, man. Shady said the earth belongs to the original man. That's how long it will take. We all just have to do our part, each one teach one. Now, I said a good book about that is called Slavery by Another Name. Who's the author on that? Jack King said the teachers in the 60s lived in the same communities as the schools, my elementary school in the 90s was full of teachers my grandparents taught. Middle school and high school, that was in 85s. That's the main thing I see different when listening to my mentors tell of their upbringing. Yeah, you know something? Yeah, I had to agree with that. You know, it wasn't like all of my teachers, but there's people that I remember like Mr. Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Jackson. There was a dude, I can't recall his name, but he was that was about giving speeches. It was speech class, but not speech like they teach you how to speak, but like speech giving. You know what I'm saying? Standing at a podium and giving speeches. You know what I'm saying? And he taught me some lessons, man, you know what I'm saying, just through his class, that every English class that I had after his class, I got an A in. Just applying some simple laws, what he said. And then, you know, even just, you know, but, you know, you had teachers that understood where you came from, you know what I'm saying, and where you was going. You know what I'm saying? The spook that sat by the door was much more active then. See, now we got a lot of spooks sitting by the door, but they don't never get up. See, in the movie, the dude got up and walked away from the door. See, but right now, the spooks just stay sitting right there at the door. You know, you're right about that. You know, the people who get that kind of education, they don't go into teaching no more. You know what I'm saying? Like the type of people, you know what I'm saying, that your grandparents, that they go off to college from the black community and they get professional degrees and whatever, they don't come back and be teachers no more. You see what I'm saying? See, in a way, those people is coming back and they letting you know what's out there. K Black C said the gun is his fight, the mathematics is our fight. A fight that the devil can't match. All right. So, yeah, Jack King was saying right in terms of, you know, the people who, because you got to think his grandparents, they probably from the 50s. You know what I'm saying? When they was coming out of, you know, high school and college like that. You see what I'm saying? So at that time, they could have went and did anything. You understand what I'm saying? But they chose to be teachers. You know what I'm saying? Having, you know, community responsibility. You know, the way they dealt with equality. You know. But Devon said we've been prisoners of war since 1555, when the first group of original people were brought here on the good ship Jesus. So pardon me if I seem over with it. I mean, yes, God, it's been a long time. It has. The other AC in the building. It has been a long time. I mean, listen, you know, I haven't been dealing with it as long as you, but yeah, it's been a long time for me where, you know, yeah, you look at it and you see like, yo, man, like this stuff is just going on and on and on. Like we've been dealing with this, man, you know what I'm saying, on and on and on, man.
It's 10 o'clock.
But that's the reality, man. That's what they waiting on, man. You know, that's part of us being prisoners of war. See, now look, I'm going to use some of what you said right here, right? You said we've been prisoners of war since 1555, right? Here's a question. Why we didn't get to Virginia until 1619, though? Does anybody got any wisdom on that? Why didn't we get to Virginia until 1619? Now, Zala said that's what Neely Fuller Jr. says maximum compensatory action when white supremacy has you at your wits' end. Yeah, I think that's related to what I was getting ready to ask, or the question that I asked. You know, that yeah, we've been prisoners of war from 1555, but we didn't get to Virginia until 1619. How you see that, Divine, in terms of, especially how it relates to what we're talking about? Anybody that's still in here with me, do the each one teach one and hit the like button. All right, you said because this was not our first stop, they had to break us in the West Indies. Jesus, God, we won mine, God, but this is what I'm saying, God. You can't let them break you over here neither, God. That's exactly what I was saying, God. It took that long for them to get us to stop trying, God. That's when you ready, when the animal is trained, man. When you tired of fighting, man. When you just decide to comply, man. And if you go and do something that allows them to kill the black seed, then you gave up, man. Right now, this is still boot camp, man. This ain't the front lines yet, man. That's what they was doing there that whole time, man, is waiting for you to give up. And see, giving them a reason to kill you is giving up too, man. You know what I'm saying? Whether you locked up or whether you out here. See, that used to always be a image in those old movies from, you know what I'm saying, the 60s and everything, where used to always be a time, even in slavery, remember used to always be a time when they would pull out the gun, right, and they'll tell a black person, run. You know what I'm saying? And remember in the movie with Richard Pryor, you like, nah, man, I ain't running no place. You kill me right here. Nah, Goldie. Nah, but that's, laughing because that was a funny movie from my youth. But you're saying that's one of the things. Go ahead, do something. Give me a reason to kill you. Nah, you're right. We don't believe in nonviolence. We believe in self-defense. Yeah, the Mac 793rd. You understand what I'm saying? You can't get so frustrated with the system. You know what I'm saying? Because see, even the knowledge that you have coming from that time, what you have, and being able to speak to the youth and tell them about the different things that was on your mind then. You see what I'm saying? And being able to redirect their energy, that's the greatest thing you could do. So then even if it comes to that, you've increased the people on your side. You've increased the people that is with you. Instead of you just saying that, yo, man, I'm tired. We got to just do something all out of order. The guy said I'm old school. you know, but yeah, we gotta, you know what I'm saying? We just gotta realize that it's an order to it. It's an order to how we got in here. It's an order to how we got to this situation. It's a science. You know, the science with mind control and propaganda. Yes, I'm saying all these things are sciences, man. We got here in steps and stages. So we don't have to get out in steps and stages. Yeah, K Black. See, that is it's a little bit of fun. This is a little Snapple top trivia right here. A white slave ship captain wrote the song "Amazing Grace" that Christians love so much. I ain't know that. And you know, that's one of them songs that every service has to hit. As W said, right, that's where the separation began. This here is light. We got Netflix and Amazon, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. See, when the Netflix and the Amazon get cut off. And see, and all of that is a part of the nothing. You know. So yeah, we gotta keep talking in a circle because the only thing that's gonna break that cycle, right, which is negative, is us, you know. So yeah, it's what they call a negative feedback loop. Where this things happens, it causes some negative outcome, and then something else had to happen because of that negative outcome that causes another negative outcome. And then that negative outcome causes the original negative thing that caused the first negative outcome. $793 said, go ahead, do something. Give us a reason to kill you could have been an alternate title to that flick from the cop's perspective. Yeah. Devon said the reason it's taking so long is because ever since we've been around the most, now all have been dumbed down. I mean, you know, I'm with you there too, Devon. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of the people, and I don't really speak on it a lot because, I wasn't alive during segregation. So the people that was around in segregation, you know what I mean? Clearly they got their own perspective to say that, look, we wanted it to be integration. You know, I wasn't there, so I'm not going to speak on why they made. But I'm saying from my perspective, I'm one of the brothers that think integration had more negative effects than positive effects. So I'm with you with that too. You know what I'm saying? You know, it was one of those things where at the very best, any relationship that you deal with, you know what I'm saying? Any relationship that you deal with, it's always like, yo, both people gotta be stable in order to be able to come together and make a stable unit. You know what I'm saying? And so when we dealt with integration, the black community wasn't stable enough. We wasn't on the same footing to be able to handle a lot of things that was a part of mainstream society. You see what I'm saying? So see, we came from, for instance, one example, we came from a religious, conservative culture, and we got thrust into the tune in and tune out culture, the drug culture. You know, we got thrust into the sexual revolution, and our communities wasn't ready for that. You know, those are just two examples. I'm not saying that's what destroyed the black community. I'm just saying that now when we look at things and we talk about the abortion, right? When we talk about the abortion, I was saying that, you know, I have read a statistic that since Roe v. Wade, more black children have been aborted than have been born. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that is the product of the sexual revolution, right? Of our community being exposed to the sexual revolution when we wasn't ready for it. You know what I'm saying? You know, and that integration is what makes it easier for them to give certain people a cushiony spot within white supremacy so that they'll not only be satisfied, but will work to defend the oppression rather than destroy it. But I'm saying that this knowledge is what we have to get out there. You have to go out there and tell us what it was like before now. Sometimes that's all it takes. You'd be surprised how many people is dealing with something and they don't know, you know what I'm saying, how it started. You know, what's the origin of it, where it came from. Some of them might not even do it if they knew what the origin of it was. I don't know what happened. You just got a burst of people. Devon said, we have no black community. When you have a black community, you have black banks, police, hospitals. Listen, I'm dealing you. I'm just saying that this is the stuff that you got to see. This is other stuff. See, people see, you see the event, but they don't know this other stuff what you saying. See, what you talking about is something we talked about here about the pillars of society, the pillars, the things that hold the society up and hold the society together. So we're going to build a community and you need a loan to get a house, right? You going to a black bank, you understand what I mean? And because that black bank is there, right? It allows many brothers to be able to, you know, be in a certain area. You understand what I mean? Once they're in a certain area, now, you know, they can, you know, patronize their stores. All this is the signs of building a society for real. You know, not saying we doing it for fake, but I'm saying making it more than just verbal. But I'm saying that kind of knowledge that's what I was saying earlier about the confirmation bias. People don't know that stuff, man. They don't know that's what's needed because, see, that's the signs from the beginning with Yaqub. Yaqub is the daddy. So whatever it is that you get in this society, it has to come from daddy. Because otherwise, you're going to be off the plantation. But people who never knew that it was a time before daddy. See, going back to what you was building on with the 1555, but we didn't get here to 1619. See, the people that got here in 1619 never knew that they was in Africa. They never knew they was old. They never knew they had no other culture, no other land, no other nothing. See, the people who came after integration, the people who came after cable TV, the people who came after the internet, God, they do not know what you know, man. Trust me. Walk up to one of them and ask them. Dr. Denkenstein put an article in here about the first slave on U.S. soil. Is that the guy in Texas? The first slave came in Texas. Seven third said, indeed, on the community not being prepared for the sexual revolution. K Black C said, Martin Luther King said, I fear that I have led my people into a burning building, meaning when he integrated, you know what I'm saying, when he was very instrumental in integration, then after it went through, he made the statement right here, I fear that I have led my people into a burning building. Jack King said, integration put the wisdom degree in front of the knowledge degree. Most I knew of wanted better books, jobs in management, jobs in services such as fire stations. My first high school was named after the black man that gave in to push the colored man's idea of integration, John L. LaFleur. You know, I heard that name before. I didn't know who he was. I have heard this name before. You know, yeah. Now that was one of the problems. Jack King right there. That's another one of the things that I you know, dealing with everybody being one mind. You know, everybody that wanted integration, they didn't want it for the same reason. You know, and a lot of the people, you know, especially in terms of what me and Jack King was talking about, the people who went and got educated. So now you got a choice. You know, you can come back and help the rest of the community, or you can go off and get a spot in the oppression, you know what I'm saying, and live a little more cushiony. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people who might have, you know, help in integration, right? They really did that to remove the glass ceiling for themselves in their class. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning that as a black engineer, you could only get to a certain what's the name. But see, once you got to equal employment rights or whatever, now you can rise above into, you know, promotions that you wasn't eligible for before, but you don't have no, you know, plan on using that, you know, higher position or, you know, greater influence to really help the community at all. You just wanted to get more for yourself. So, you know, that's another issue, you know, when I say, you know, look, we got to look at all the things that happen, you know, and renew the best parts and leave the other parts alone. This is a science right here. I didn't know this either. K Black C said there are over 20 black-owned banks. I got to look for that list. When I get off of here, I'm going to check that out. It says in 1526, the Spanish brought the first 100 slaves to Georgia, South Carolina, and they revolted and escaped. Yeah, I knew about that. Said the person that led the expedition was Lucas Vasquez de Ayllón. Yeah, I know about these people. From what I knew, but I don't know what the I don't know what the exact year was. But there was a slave that the Spanish brought to Texas too. All right, see, now here's another thing that you're saying right here. You know what I'm saying? the guy is saying he was born in Central America, Costa Rica. So see, that's another thing that in the Caribbean world in general, you know what I'm saying? And I guess, you know, what you would call, quote unquote, the third world, you know what I'm saying, kind of in general, right? The people are much closer to politics. Like they understand politics much better because they, you know, it's just more in your face. Like they are having revolutions and, you know, all different things. The movements are more grassroots. You know, like I said, when you in America, man, you train to just depend on daddy. You know, why should you try to be the president when Clinton is going, you know, do whatever, or this person is going to put the welfare, you know, and you're going to get a telephone, you know what I'm saying? You're not going to be involved with it. See, a lot of Caribbean people, they come over here already with that background. A lot of them, that's what they doing over here. Is because they was being political where they was at, and they ended up on the wrong side. Somebody got elected, and now you got to be out. Because down there, it's life and death. So see, when he's saying that, listen, man, it's life and death, man, you don't understand. Yeah, because see, in Costa Rica, it's like that. You know what I'm saying? Not laughing like their situation is funny. I'm saying that, nah, it's really like that. Like, we talking. But nah, in these other places, man, when something is going on with the government, the people get out there in the street, man. Like when you see them protests in other places, it be old ladies, farmers with their straw hats. You understand what I'm saying? It be everybody. Those Middle Eastern places. And if you notice, they be ready to die. They'd be like, yo, we had a skirmish out here, you know, 12 people got killed, people got injured. They'd be right back the next day. And they keep coming out there until it's a coup, until something change. You understand what I'm saying? So he's right about that also, coming from that perspective. You know what I'm saying? That we've had that socially engineered out of us. How to be political in any other way except voting. You know, but that's another thing that we dealt with on this channel before, of how voting, that's just retail politics. That's just retail. That's like you go in the store and you buy a t-shirt. You ain't got to do with how that t-shirt was made. Your name ain't going to be on the tag because you ain't got nothing to do with how that shirt was made. So the same token, by the time you get a candidate, nah, he's already, the tag is for whoever put up the money for him to vote, or whatever grassroots organizations or whatever supported him and lifted him up. So, you know, all of these are factors. But see, again, this is something you got to teach, man. This is the stuff. Listen, see, this is the stuff you should be teaching. Not saying don't teach the lessons, but listen, later for that. You know, you can use the lessons as a way to get these other points that you're making across. Right. See, see, I know what you're saying. Y'all said over there he grew up being taught to be self-sufficient, you know, not to take no BS from the Europeans. Precisely. That's, you know, but that's something that has to be taught to people. Like, listen, we were speaking on this yesterday. That even the games children play, right? You know, when we was little, we played games that we made them up and we made the rules. Like if you play the game on my block, the rules might don't be the same as we play the game on your block because that's how it is. Over here, this is how we play. This is how we put our heads together. And over here, this is how we play. But see, now that the kids play video games, you only play according to the imagination of the person who made the game. So it destroys some of your creative and imaginative power to come up with things from your own self and to put your head together with the other kids that's right around here and decide what rules is best for y'all. And that's just on a small level, but you're just a small kid. And as you grow up, that same lack of coming up with ideas from self just continues to grow, and the propaganda gets bigger and bigger, and it continues to grow until we saying, well, why does he fear the devil now? He's a big man. Real Hip Hop said, just because we have black-owned banks, does that mean they are helping build our nation? You're right about that, but sometimes we let a leader flail out there in the wind. You know what I'm saying? Or sometimes, because these is black-owned banks, right? They can't do what the white bank could do. We got to be, not saying what you say is not true. Yeah, we got to realize, who are you? What you really doing? How you born in God? Like we dealt with yesterday. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, let's say it just from a point of doing the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Give them the benefit without the doubt. Don't say, does that mean they are helping? Does that mean they are helping to build our nation? Just ask. Well, what kind of things are they into? You see what I'm saying? K Black Sea said, if we could funnel our money through them, most of us deal with Wells Fargo, and that bank has had many examples of discrimination against us. 793rd said everybody's down for the cause in a lot of these other countries, even in India, where they were playing with trying to separate the people with something our president supported. The people did that as a people. So I can't say, yeah, even a modern day armchair activist will get hurt over there, anywhere but here. Dr. Denkenstein said the Texas slave may be a cat named Estevanico from North Africa in 1528. Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. That's who I'm talking about that went in Texas. So, all right. That was 2 years later than the other guys. Dewan said, do the knowledge to the devil, know the time better than some of our people. That's why he's trying to get off our planet. All right, no doubt, divine peace. You know what I'm saying? I think it's about time for all of us to get out of here. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, that's excellent perspective. You know what I'm saying? But that's why we got to teach, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why we got to understand the history. You see what I'm saying? Because to know how we arrived at this point, you know what I'm saying? To know how we arrived at this point, to see all the different things that happened, you know what I'm saying, that caused us to be in this position. Because a lot of times that's going to give you clues. That's the breadcrumbs. That's the breadcrumbs from Hansel and Gretel, you know what I'm saying, that to give you the clues on how to get out. But that was a great perspective right there. You know what I'm saying? But in the end, we got to still be able to analyze this stuff, you know what I'm saying, and still do what's best for the young. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that, everybody that's out there, don't forget that. That when we say society of men, that's not just men. It's women and children too. And we gotta take them into consideration, who we actually got with us. Real hip hop said my mattress is my bank. I mean, that's peace too. You know what I'm saying? But see, like I said, when you ask what are the black banks doing, right? Well, how much can they do if your bank is your mattress? Because remember, they're not going to have access to all the Federal Reserve windows where you get all the free money. Like, we got to work with them. Like, look, what if Martin Luther King would have said, look, I'm going down here to protest in Alabama over this bus thing, and nobody showed up. Then in this day and time, we'd be sitting there talking about, some cat talking about he Martin Luther King or something. He out there with a bullhorn, yo, I don't know what he think he doing. That's what we would be saying about him now. But because the people supported him, remember what I said? The people produced the savior. You understand what I'm saying? So the savior pulls the people up, and the people also pull the savior up. See, y'all gotta remember, that's what's so great, right? About each and every person that get the knowledge that you need to understand. See, Allah, right, can only be as great as we make it. And see, Allah himself, he was around New York City. I'm not, I don't know the whole breadth of his travels and where he went and who he spoke to. But I know he wasn't in Poland. See, a leader by what the people that they lead and do. See, we know Genghis Khan because the people who was with him handled their business. Allah is known and seen and heard everywhere around the world through us, man. Through us, you see him and know he existed and what he did. So the same thing, what I'm saying is, look, when a brother go out there, that's why I say, look, let's give him the benefit without the doubt. Because you may go talk to him and he may have the same question for you. But what are all those people out there with their money in their mattress? What are they doing? When I got this bank right here, man, I could take that money and we could have bought Detroit. So, knowledge is first. Jack King said the main thing about banks is that they have to hold a percentage of the deposits then they can invest the most of the rest. No deposits, then they charge fees for services bigger banks do for free. Right. And see, and when that happens, Jack King, right? Then we get into that the white man's ice is colder. That's why I'm saying that certain times that's what it is. Because we're not supporting the people who's leading the way. See, like I said with Colin Kaepernick, not that he was going to save the whole world. What I'm saying is that, listen, when he had a beef over police brutality, and we allowed that to get twisted into a contract beef. And I'm saying that other communities would not have allowed them to persecute him, right, for standing up for that community. But because we just looked at it as, nah, that's just a football contract thing. It ended up getting swept under the rug, right? And we just got the news story. We just spoke on a news story of how another brother got choked out on the street. You see what I'm saying? And part of that is because we allowed that to get twisted into another situation. Like, even if the contract stuff was caught up in it, nah. See, that's what I was saying about earlier. We ain't talking about the good cops right now. we ain't talking about that. We ain't talking about when you was on the honor roll. Atif said banks lend $10 for every $1 in deposits, fractional banking, but after 2016 crash, they may be able to leverage more. What you mean after this? I heard they already trying to take some of those limits off. Nah, it was less after the 20. They made them increase the fractions that they had to keep in reserve after 2008. But right now, in order to get the economy back going, they probably going to decrease it. Yeah, this is, I would like to do that. I wish somebody could come on and give a presentation on Marcus Garvey. Because there's a lot of things about Marcus Garvey, right? Man, I didn't know that. Said Marcus Garvey, the first place he went when he left Jamaica was Port Limon, Costa Rica, where he started the UNIA movement. There's a lot of things about a lot of interesting Snapple top facts about Marcus Garvey. But so in fact, let me check the we should be, let me see where we at on the GoFundMe. Anybody got any questions? Any last questions before we wind it down? Okay, so we had $1,064. Last night I sent out an email with the links. I sent out an email with the links to the meeting on Sunday, May 31st, 4 o'clock, when we're going to be having the first meeting of the Random Jewels Investment Fund donors. So if you donated, check your email, and you should have the links. Who you said? D Christian? D Christian know about Marcus Garvey? All right, the book Slavery by Another Name was written by Douglas A. Blackman. Yeah, I'm not sure, the stuff that's in the book, but just saying that, just in general, there seems to be a lot of terms, you know what I'm saying, like to me, I don't really see uh I don't see a difference between slavery and sharecropping. Like I'm not sure what's the real difference there. I suppose I guess you probably got whipped a little bit less, but that's what I'm saying. Like you talking about the conditions of the slavery. You're not really talking about what's really happening here, which is you working and I'm getting all the money. You know what I'm saying? There's different ways. Like, yeah, slavery is a social system, but slavery is an economic strategy. And as an economic strategy, I don't see the difference between slavery and sharecropping. Real Hip Hop asks, do I teach at a law school in Mecca? Real Hip Hop, I'm not just a student. I started the class. No, seriously though, I started. Real Hip Hop said, what nation books do you recommend? 120 lessons. See, once you complete, take your time off, study your lessons, get it out the way. Like if you're such an avid reader, if you're so good, then it should be easy for you to study 120. Then after you study 120, read everything without no limitations. See, once you know the science of supreme mathematics, like I was telling you on the phone call, you're going to know how to break everything down and you're not going to need, and you're going to come to the point where you actually don't appreciate a type of book or any type of media where the person is telling you what to think. See, like that's one of the reasons, a lot of people, they get upset with me. Like I watch Fox. I don't care. To me, the news is the news. I'm not really listening to your point of view. I never really did that as an 85%. True self, peace. I never really did that as an 85%. So I don't need, whatever a person got to say is, see, I know how to absorb what part is the truth. And see, especially when people say, well, I'm looking at Fox, but what you watching? Would you think the other side's telling you the truth? See, let me tell you one reason why I don't get caught up in sides. How many people out there knew that at one time the Democrats and the Republicans was one party called the Democratic Republicans? How many people out there knew that? That the Democrats and Republicans started off as one party called the Democratic Republicans. When Thomas Jefferson ran for president, he was a Democratic Republican. And then they had some differences, some internal differences dealing with elitism and populism. And the Democrats, right, was the side that became the elitists. And the Republicans evolved into the populists. So that's why when you see the first person who ran as a Republican, right, Abraham Lincoln, he's billed as the common man that lived in a log cabin and used to chop trees and all that stuff. And the other side was the elitists. So I'm just saying that that's why I'm not, why would I choose a side now when I know that this is just an inside game that y'all playing? See? No, not nowadays. True Self said the whole view of Republicans and Democrats was different. And see, that's the thing. We've had to change before. How do we know it's not time to change again? Savior said, I was just thinking about sharecropping the other day. If the workers participate in the farming and selling of the crops, they will have food for free and income. What are you talking about, on our farm? Well, on the guy's farm that we might activate on? But yeah, that's why I don't get all caught up in that, man. I ain't on no side. You know what I'm saying? As far as I'm concerned, like I said, when you look at the presidential election and, you go back 6 months, it's a whole bunch of old white people, man. As far as I'm concerned, going back to the type of conversation we was having when Devon was on here, listen, man, this is a whole bunch of white people from back in the segregation days, man. A whole bunch of white people from back when it was the Klan. Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders, Trump, and Elizabeth Warren. They are 75. What kind of stuff is that? So what perspective is going to be in there. The 75-year-old white person perspective. Savior said, I see the difference is sharecroppers work for their advancement. Well, that's when the share, right? The share part is between a trader who's righteous and the person that's working in the labor. I'm saying that, what you're saying is if the goal wasn't to keep the institution of slavery by another name, right? Like the book the brother was telling us, right? That was the real goal of sharecropping, is to maintain slavery by another name, I'm saying that stuff never happened. You know, the way I understand the way a lot of sharecropping came about was that whenever was the Emancipation Proclamation and then the 13th Amendment, right? That white people went to the slave quarters with bills. Like they drew up a bill, right? They came to the slave quarters and said, well, listen, you staying here on my property, you got to pay me rent. How you going to pay this? You know what I'm saying? So, all right, you already here, you used to that. Like, all right, look, I'll let you work it off. You know what I'm saying? But as a slave, you're like, yeah, well, I need some shovels and oh, you ain't got no shovels and stuff? Well, look, I got some shovels. I could let you hold mine, but that's gonna cost you. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you need some food to eat until you get your crops? Yeah, I got some food over there in the barn, but that's gonna cost you. So then by the end of the time, by the time you've been paying back the rent that he claimed you own, that really, how could I owe you, son? I've been working here for free my whole life. Right? That's the way how it went down. So that's why for me, I don't see any difference between the slavery and the sharecropping. You know what I'm saying? I mean, except that, you might could say one is by force and one is by coercion. So as a social system, if you're just looking at slavery as a social system, but the reality is they didn't do such slavery socially. That's how they try to make it seem when they don't want to pay reparations. They act like it was just a social thing. So being that socially we're not in that situation, now everything is different. But slavery is an economic strategy where capital doesn't have to pay for labor, which increases profits. K Black C said the news ain't good for nothing but sports highlights and the weather forecast. And I gotta disagree with you on that. They don't know what's gonna happen. All they know is summertime. All they know they might be good for the sports highlights, but all they know is summertime or wintertime, K Black C. They don't know. Yeah, so you said they get the weather wrong at least 25% of the time. Yeah, we got to go fund me, Atif. Supreme Man just came in. Yeah, SW said they kept him binding, gave him nothing. Celestine Best is saying that it's still sharecropping going on in North Carolina. Man, what part of North Carolina you in too? We got a brother that it's a brother down in North Carolina in Charlotte, and he's trying to find, the ciphers where the guys is building. Jack King said at the same time period they had laws. The same time period I'm talking about where they drawing people into, or they trapping people into this sharecropping system. He's saying they had laws against not working for anyone, either go to jail to finish building the country or be a sharecropper. So yeah, what he's talking about is you couldn't be you couldn't that he's talking about also when they start introducing the licensing system. You know what I'm saying? This is related, you know what I'm saying, where you had a lot of slaves that had built up skills, you know what I'm saying, that they didn't allow them to use, you know what I'm saying, in society to make any money for themselves. You know what I'm saying? That you gotta be, you know, involved with someone who's authorized to be doing this kind of business, or what you're doing is illegal. You know what I mean? So in the same way right now where our behavior gets criminalized, it's not that what we're doing is wrong. You know what I mean? It's that it's wrong because we are doing it. Goldsboro, North Carolina. Wow. And what kind of form is that taking? Like, you know, how's that lived out, and how is that lived out, and how does it get underneath the radar? You know, like, why is not AOC? How come AOC is not talking about this? Wow. True Self said the role of a quote unquote Republican or Democrat was flipped at one time. Yeah, you know, what started flipping it was the New Deal, and then John Kennedy and civil rights. Well, you know, check everything I say, but check me on this right here. Most black people voted for Eisenhower, who was a Republican that was elected in 1952. Black people like Eisenhower. Savior says slavery was not that way, didn't share in the crops or income. I'm saying there's no rich sharecroppers. Like, there's no sharecroppers that I know of that shared in the income. You know, from you know, everything that I see, sharecropping was just a way to maintain the free labor. You know, there was no like, I don't know of anybody that saved up their money from sharecropping and opened a business, or, you know, or are there stories like that I don't know? You know, that could be the case, that I just never heard of that. You know what I'm saying? Jack King said even our own inventions became owned by our employer, just as in slavery, it went to the owner. You know, these was all slavery by another name. That's why I say you always got to watch into the fine print and the details. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at things telescopically so you can see the big picture. And you got to look at things microscopically so you can see the details. But we got Supreme Man backstage right now. Let's see what the God is building on.
Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, sharecropping was an oppressive system, but I have heard stories of people elevating out of that and starting to buy land, especially during Reconstruction. But for the fact that brother said it's still going on, that's crazy.
But see, Reconstruction is a separate time that, you know, you got to almost take that out, because that was a time when the original man was pretty much allowed to do what he do.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so we excelled. And that's never happened at any other time. You know what I'm saying?
It's
So
11
yeah, during that time, I could see it happen. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, it could be confirmation bias. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that in my family, on the two sides, I got one side that my great grandfather, he used to work someplace. I know he had a job because he returned somebody on a job. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
But he worked that job and he saved his money. He started buying property. Where like my great grandfather used to own, like, say, from like 135th Street to like 110th Street, between
Mm.
like between like 8th Avenue and say like Park Avenue. Like, it used to be
That's
places where
great.
we could go in the forest. Like, my aunt used to send us in the forest to go rake the leaves up. And then I was real nice to be like, yo, man, who rakes the forest, man? Why we gotta clean the forest? I don't understand. And then over time, I found out, nah, that's our property.
Mm.
Yeah. But now on my other side, they were sharecroppers. So all of them ended up in New York at an earlier time. You know what I'm saying? That's how they got off the plantation. Everybody left and came to New York. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? But on my mother's side, my mother was the first person that came. Well, she was the first person, but they got up here later on that side because they had a little more, they was living a little better down there.
Right.
Celestine Best said, I seen it for myself and met the slave owner, and they still paying pennies and they still stay on the land, and he won't let them buy the land. So in what's their, like, what's his how does he maintain this system? Like, do these people, do they have like TV? Do they know, like, look, you go work at McDonald's, man, and bet better than this. Like, you know.
Right. What are their educational opportunities?
Yeah, how do they maintain that?
I have heard of some oppressive situations, but more in Alabama and Mississippi, more than North Carolina.
Yeah. I heard it's still pretty rough on the Mississippi Delta.
Yeah. Actually, my Wiz's cousin, she is the athletic director at Mississippi Valley State University. And since she got that position, I've been trying to get young men to go down there and play football. And I haven't gotten one person to go. That's the school that Jerry Rice went to. I haven't
Mm-hmm.
gotten one kid to go down there yet and play football.
Did you see
They
what they
recruited
said about that? They had
about
it was a basketball documentary. Um, I can't recall exactly what it was about, but it was one of the ESPN documentaries, and it was about this black dude. If I'm not mistaken, it was the one that was about this black dude that really invented the fast break.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, and it was talking about how he had first started out as an athlete, right? And he was like somebody that, like, they was like, yo, if it wasn't for racism and stuff, and he had got a chance to play, we would know him as one of the greatest of all time. But anyway, he didn't really get a chance to play, but he started coaching in college. You know what I'm saying? And they said that basically John Wooden and Red Auerbach stole his style. And I never really looked at it like that, but they were showing how, like, yo, the other coaches at that time, like Dean Smith and them, was doing the four corners.
Right.
Because they was like before Red Auerbach took this style from this dude, right? That the goal of basketball was to score a couple of points and then play keep away. So that's why they was like, what happened was the season before Red Auerbach started doing what he was doing was when they introduced the shot clock. And so that's when all of a sudden now it's like, okay, you can't play keep away. Now the goal is to put as much points up as you can. So they had stole this, I didn't say they stole, but they got this style from this black guy. You know what I'm saying? But they were showing how the black guy had been coaching in college in the Negro schools and all. What they call that? I don't want to say the Negro schools. The HBCUs, right?
HBCUs.
The HBCUs, right? They were showing how he was coaching in those schools and how he was going into communities, you know what I'm saying, and getting out young brothers that could play ball and helping them get into the HBCUs. And that he had built up a whole system where they were showing that other dudes that was the first black coaches at their college or whatever, they was all proteges of this guy. You know what I'm saying? And then the
I think he was in Now C. I think that coach was in Now C.
I think so too.
Yeah.
But at any rate, they were saying that how it started with really Wilt and Bill Russell. They said, yo, before that, you know, if you wanted to get the black players, you had to come to the black schools and everything. But he was like, yo, once they saw what we had going on, we couldn't offer what they could offer. So they started taking all our talent. And then we start going down. And I could say, look, I seen that myself in football. Well, I remember when Grambling and Mississippi State and Alcorn and those, they might not win a national championship, but their players was in the league.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And you know I'm not a conspiracy theory person, but listen, I do listen. What's my man name over there in Pennsylvania, in Penn State?
Joe Paterno.
Why is his name still on the record books over Eddie? What's my man name that coach Grambling? Eddie Robinson, son. You listen. You let that stuff go on just for long enough for him to knock Eddie Robinson off, and then you supposed to be vacated, son, from all them victories because of what happened. So yeah, I gotta feel that. I feel some kind of way about that.
No, that's an actual fact. It is kind of a renaissance, a little bit with HBCUs, like the HBCU National Championship is now played on NBC. That's kind of a big deal. But let me tell you what happened. The team that won the HBCU championship 3 out of the last 4 years, I actually have a little cousin that's on that team. He got 3 rings. He's a senior this year. But now they done went to a white division. They're not North Carolina A&T. They're not even in the black division no more.
See what I'm saying?
So it's the same circumstance, right?
And now with the one done in basketball, it's even worse now, man. Everybody just go to Kentucky or Duke, man, Oregon, and keep it moving.
Well, now they're going overseas and play for a year for $1 million a year, and then they're gonna get drafted by the NBA. They're not even gonna be going to Duke and all that. Your man, what's your man? The father with the 3 sons. He spearheaded that movement.
Ball. What's his name?
Yeah,
Lonzo? Not Lonzo. What's the pop's name?
I can't recall his name right now, but Mr.
Yeah.
Ball.
I ain't gonna front. He got a lot of things about him where it's like, yo, son, why don't you stop clowning? But yo, man, he ain't no fool, man. He accomplished a lot. You know what I'm saying? He's somebody. Look, you can learn a lot about what not to do through him, but you gotta give him his credit, man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta give him his credit, man. You know what I'm saying? Not too many people, you know, because his other son is gonna make the NBA, the young one. You know what
They
I'm saying?
say he's the best one.
Yo, he got way better, son. I'm telling you, but look, I saw it at the time. I could see, like, yeah, you got flaws, but you only 14. So I knew he was gonna be able to come up. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But I'm saying to be able to say, look, you got two sons that you put into the NBA, you know what I'm saying? The family is together. Like there's a lot of things that's positive, but see, the media ain't never gonna point to that. Like, see, they'll look at somebody, like Madonna with all these kids you adopted from all over and all type of stuff, and they publicize that. You know what I'm saying? They
Right.
got that part out in the mainstream, but then a whole bunch of messed up stuff about her relationship, they ain't gonna put that. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? With LeVar Ball, they put all the negative part of the relationship where it's like, listen, son, this don't just happen, B. This don't just happen. Like it's other families that be mad talented like that. Like I heard Isaiah Thomas had two brothers that they were still holding records in Chicago, high school basketball records, that his two brothers was better than him. But that with him, they knew because the two older brothers got caught up in the streets, they sent him
Right.
away to one of those high schools so that he didn't get caught up in
Right.
that. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
I
So
saw that.
So using that to say that, yeah, there's other families that had that type of talent, but they wasn't able to get everybody over the line the way he did. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look, even getting the other dude, look, you had a scholarship to UCLA, B. You messed it
Right.
up. But you can't blame LeVar Ball for that. You know what I'm saying? You did some stupid prank stuff with your friends that you know you didn't have to do, B. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's I wouldn't blame Lonzo Ball for that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I wouldn't blame LeVar Ball for that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he's a definitely he's a story and a half.
You know what he did that was radical just now, like about a month or two ago, before this whole thing popped off, Corona and all that? He's
Mm-hmm.
offering people shoe deals with part ownership of the company.
Mm. See? He's probably doing that halfway because he don't got the same money that Nike and them got. But at the same time, it's still something that, that's way better than a lot of cats gonna get. You know what I'm saying? A lot of cats, you sign this first little deal, but then if you don't really perform like you supposed to perform, then you out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But if you got part ownership, then you know what I'm saying, at least you can keep it going. Like your career don't go like that. Maybe you good at designing sneakers though. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But once they get that really big superstar, you'll be eating off of that too.
Right.
Let me ask you a question. Did y'all build about what happened in Minneapolis?
Yeah, actually that was the second hour. Really, that was the second and the third hour. You know what I'm saying? That's what we had brother Divine called in, he's very militant. But yeah, that's one of the things, just in terms of how I tell people that, it's not, these things are not incidents or mistakes. You understand what I'm saying? You know, uh This is the actual. This is the actual training kicking in. You know what I'm saying? Like when you look when they on the gun range, right? You don't never see no targets with the kneecap on it.
Right.
The targets only got the center mass and head. It ain't even arms on it.
Right.
With the heart highlighted. So see, they not training to hurt people. Not training to maim people. See, I used to think like that.
Yeah.
You know how I used to think? You remember Barnaby Jones?
Yeah, I do.
793. I know you remember Barnaby Jones.
I
And if
definitely
you
do.
remember Barnaby Jones, right? Barnaby Jones never shot nobody. He just shoot you in your hand. You never noticed that? Barnaby Jones never shot nobody in the back and the stomach. Barnaby Jones will always wait till you pull your gun out, right? And then he'll shoot you in the hand. Gun fall out your hand, and then they take you in. Or you know who else? Matt Dillon. Remember Matt Dillon? Matt Dillon would never shoot first. See, Matt Dillon will let you know, listen, man, at 5 o'clock, you better not be in this town. And listen, if you hear 5 o'clock, look, shh, no talking. Let's take it to the stage, Holmes. When we get out there in the streets for the shootout, Matt Dillon always let the dude shoot him first. Or at least pull out. The other dude go for his gun first. See, that was my idea of the police, guy. I used to think it was like that. God thought it was Lone Ranger. I'm watching the TV. I'm caught up in the propaganda, God. I'm thinking this shit is really TJ Hooker and shit, man.
I have friends who are police, God, and they are taught when they pull out their gun, it is to kill. Straight up and down, they told me.
Yeah, no.
It is to kill.
But that's not the image. And I think that image, especially because of the fact that they put that image in people's minds at such an early age, right? That it's easy for people to accept this, that these are mistakes. You understand what I'm saying? That even if you notice, here's another thing that I started noticing, in the early 70s. They started bringing out a brand of good guy, right? That's actually a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you start the Dirty Harry era and all that, where this good guy is actually a bad guy, right? But see, what they do though is portray
the anti-hero.
Right. But they portray the other guys that he's against as so vicious that we need somebody that's vicious on our side. We glad that listen, he's like them, but he's got a moral code somehow where he's still we like him.
That's that Charles Bronson type stuff.
Right. And see, that's what they doing when they put that image out there. That's what they doing when they say Ahmaud Arbery, oh well, he got arrested for shoplifting. You understand what I'm saying? That's saying that, well, look, that's how he had to be dealt with. That's how he is. That's how you get down.
What's that movie about the Bronx they did with Charles Bronson? You remember that?
The Bronx?
Something in the Bronx. I thought you would know that as a P-Law name.
Now, I remember Charles Bronson in the P.
Yeah, he did. I don't know if they filmed it in the P, but it looked like it. But it was a movie specifically about the Bronx, like Hell in the Bronx or something like that. Somebody Google that.
Hell in the Bronx?
It was something like that. Something about the Bronx, yo. They had Yankee Stadium in the movie.
All right.
He's like a vigilante killing people in the Bronx. Not the Death Wish joints. It was something Bronx.
Yes, I'm saying I remember Death Wish, Rumble in the Bronx.
Nah, not Rumble in the Bronx. That's Jackie
What was
Chan.
that? Jackie Chan? Yeah, I was Jackie Chan. Nah, I don't remember that joint.
Yeah, it was something, G. I mean, somebody could Google that. Charles Bronson, he had a movie, something titled Bronx.
Yeah, but that's what they show you. They constantly showing you. So now that's what I'm saying. When they show that, yo, the cops did this and shot, cops do that, you understand what I mean? Then they showing you though that look, but this person is an animal. You know, these people are animals over here. So this is the way they gotta be dealt with.
Can I say something though, G? I'm gonna tell you when the paradigm shifted to a certain degree too. When everybody start calling athletes beasts, and then these white sportscasters start saying it. He's a beast. He's a beast. And then they got this clothing line. I don't know if you're aware of. It's called Savage. People walking around with Savage on their chest.
Listen, I stopped watching the clothes when I seen black people walking around with clothes on that say "Bathing Ape." Like, look,
Yeah.
I don't know what the designer means by that, but I'm not winning. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right.
Because from what I understand, it's from Japan. So I don't know if he understands the context of that, the way I understand it. But listen, man, I'm not wearing nothing called monkey or ape, man.
They're very racist in Japan.
From what I understand. But yeah, though, that's you know, but see, in the Bronx though, we were, you know, the real thing that got us was really Fort Apache.
That's it. Fort Apache the Bronx. That's Charles Bronson.
Charles Bronson was in that?
Yeah.
Fly Phrase said Marshawn Lynch got his own brand called Beast Mode. Yeah, I don't even remember Charles Bronson. I remember Danny Aiello was the main dude. I recall it. But you know, I tell people that listen, that's something that happened, right, to the Bronx. I'm just talking about the perception.
You know what? I could be wrong.
Even amongst the original people, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm saying. The Bronx, we got Fort Apache, right? At the same time, Brooklyn was getting movies like Saturday Night Fever. You see what I'm saying? And Manhattan was getting, you know, movies about, you know, so just the perception of a lot of people is that the Bronx is a certain way and Brooklyn is not, or Harlem is not. Like, nah, what you talking about? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Hey, dude. Then look, even when TV shows came out, they came out with a TV show called The Bronx Zoo. And so people in the Bronx became known as the Bronx Zoo, but nobody in the Bronx ever considered themselves that. Like in the Bronx, we used to be bugging like, son, do you know that there's dudes in Brooklyn that call themselves the Brooklyn Zoo? How we get to be the zoos?
Right. I was wrong. Fort Apache the Bronx was Paul Newman. 793rd corrected me on that piece, guys.
Yeah, Paul Newman. Yeah, right. I remember Paul Newman being.
Did they
But
really put him that in the P?
So that put well, a lot of it was in the P because I recognized it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying is that put a certain perception out there of the Bronx, where people think that only the Bronx had fires in the 70s.
The Warriors too. The Warriors too.
Right, the Warriors another. That's what I'm saying. The movies that we got about the was just of a certain way that it put a certain perception out there, even for the original people. You know what I'm saying? That to this day still exists.
You know what else too? As a Yankee fan, and when the Yankees won the World Series, how the crowd wilded out in Yankee Stadium?
Mm-hmm.
That looked crazy
Look,
on TV. Huh?
but look, I'm gonna tell you something. That's another thing that happened. That's another thing that happened is that Brooklyn didn't have nothing like that. By that time, the Dodgers was born.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we got cameras coming in a blimp every day to show you the Bronx. You understand what I'm saying? As
Right.
opposed, there's no stadium in Queens where they getting international attention. You know what I'm saying? In Harlem.
But even when the Mets won, they didn't wild out like the crowd in the Bronx did when the game. Remember Reggie Jackson? He had to knock people down just to get to the dugout.
Yeah. But see, but listen, that's really no less than what happened in Queens in '87 when they won it. They
86.
wigged out there too, son. They tore that shit stadium apart. But because it was different people who didn't already have that image that, yo, this is a place where monsters live. You understand what I'm saying? They didn't already have that image of Fort Apache about them. You see what I mean? So by the same token, that's why, like brothers are saying that, listen, a brother could be selling cigarettes or not, right? And get choked to death. And a white dude could walk into a movie theater, shoot 70 people, and end up in custody without a scratch on him.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Because the image has been put out there about that brother where they could just say anything. If they say something to you and you say something back, they could say they feel their life is threatened. Does that work with any other people?
Yeah, sir.
So yeah, that's one of them things, man.
Yeah, it's deep, man. It's a pandemic out here. And I saw this over the weekend. There's a show called Ozarks on Netflix. And they showed the real Ozarks. Hold on for a second. Yes. Yeah. And it was a bunch of white people partying like 1999, yo. It was crazy. Thousands of white kids in the Ozarks partying. But they was trying to put that image off on us, like we the ones having the barbecues and all that. But it's not really a white or black thing. It's a young thing. Young people are
Right.
not respecting the coronavirus. They're like, get out of here with that.
Yeah, then you got a population of people, you already feeling pretty invincible at that time in your life anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you're gonna be thinking, yo, I'm gonna catch a fucking flu and die. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that's just an aspect of youth is feeling invincible.
But like the brother Joshim, he said that they turned up in Minnesota. It's getting ready to happen. You're going to ready to have another LA situation somewhere in this country. That's going to just be the last straw. I could feel it. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to happen because people was just tired, man. Those pictures of that man getting kneed down like that on his neck.
Yeah. And see what I was telling people, man, when we was building on that earlier, what I was saying is that, listen, man, there's certain things, and I always said this, that there's certain things, right, that I hear, like when one of these situations come up and I hear the defense and I'm like, yeah, maybe if you never handled a weapon, you you understand? But no, I don't work like that, son. You didn't just get scared and then slip, and that happens. Yes, you know what I'm saying? You know,
Right.
and this is one of them situations where it's like, dude, listen, man, if you ever been in a fight, you know what I'm saying, you could feel when the other person breaks down. You know what I'm saying? Whether you
Right.
punch them and it's a good punch, like you could feel that, yo, he got hurt by that one. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If you wrestling with somebody, you know, or even look, you play football, you know when you hit a nigga right, with the whole leverage was right. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Saying he had to feel when that brother passed away. He had to feel that brother break down. You understand what I'm saying? And he just kept right on going, saying like they had to the paramedics had to almost pull him off of them.
Mm.
Then the paramedics, they over there dragging him on the floor. The other lady was telling them, yo, his nose is bleeding. So that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, and it's like, I need you to explain to me how this dude, if your testing is so vigorous at the academy and you really doing all this training, how he got through, right? How he got through and let you meant to have people like him on it. And then here's another thing that I always think about every time I see something like that, right? Every time I see something like that, my thing is this, man. How many people first crime is murder?
Not many.
You know what I'm saying? Like there's some things that you gotta build up. And you don't necessarily gotta be negative, guys. How many people the first time you step in the cipher is a civilization class?
Right.
It's things you gotta build up to, son. So what I'm saying is you either you telling me that somehow the pressure of the crisis and everything, this was your first time
Got the thing in
that
Minnesota.
you've ever been a little bit rough with somebody and it just happened that you died.
Right.
See, to me, now, man, there's other people that you've done things to, but because it wasn't on camera,
I'm just looking for my earphones.
it just went down and resisting the rest. Like, see, if you see the brother, right, you could look at him and see like, he might got some problems. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So in a different situation, would they have just been able to throw them problems up there and say, well, he was resisting arrest. He might have been on, he's on some type of substance. He was drinking. That's what caused it. We didn't really do it if it wasn't on camera.
Well, the cameras are somewhat of a great equalizer to a degree, but it's still not stopping them.
Not stopping. Because of the simple fact that the threshold is objective. Where, like I said, all they got to do is say that they felt a threat. But here's the problem with that. And we saw this problem with Amadou Diallo. Is that you could claim you felt under threat just because of the neighborhood. They used the neighborhood. They said, well, look, we had all this activity going on in the neighborhood where Amadou Diallo rested. So, that's why we was extra on edge. So, even though he didn't really do nothing, when we saw him made a move, we was so on edge because of the neighborhood. Same thing they did with Ahmaud Arbery. Oh, well, it's been burglaries. It's been burglaries around here.
Right.
So that's why we on point. That's why we, you know, observing him the way we are observing him.
Right.
Because that one was, you know, the Eric Garner one was bad too.
Yeah, man.
Because in both situations, you know, I was looking at it like, look, like I'm saying, I'm watching it on the TV screen, and I could see other people there on the set. From what they saying, you could tell it's like, yo, sir, everybody can tell that this dude is not playing. You know, he's not playing sick. So now, what about the other cop who's just standing there with his hands on his head?
Right.
Because see, even as a private citizen, right, you're supposed to have some kind of duty to report a crime, or else you become an accessory, right?
Exactly. That's why they arrested the dude who filmed the thing that happened in Georgia.
Right. So how could you, as a police officer who don't have, and you know, that's an implicit thing. You know, nobody told you that you're supposed to report a crime, but no, you took an oath. You took an oath to deal with the crime, and you stood right there. So see, that's one of the things that we was getting into earlier, where it's like, listen, man, that's why a good cop is a little bit of a misnomer, man. To me.
Mm.
You go to work every day at your headquarters with people that you know break the law, and you don't say nothing to them.
Yeah, that great blue wall is massive, man. You see what they did to the dude Serpico? Have you ever seen that movie? That was a true story.
Yeah,
And there's been many Serpicos.
many. They just don't be saying nothing. They don't be letting you know. They had
Right.
a dude who was in the Village Voice. It was a whole thing where whatever he was doing, they didn't approve of it. So he was like, yo, they showed up at his house, man, with like 100 officers or something. So he was like, yo, they said something to him, something. And then he said, yo, the chief came in and he said something. And he was like, at the time, when they came to his house, they waited in the middle of the night. Like they do the regular. And he said, whatever answer he gave, that the dude that was in charge said, yo, you disobeying a direct order? Yo, take it to the what's the name? And he ended up in the mental institution, man, for like a couple months. You know what I'm saying? Because he wasn't, his conscience was bothering him at the end of the day. The things that was going on.
Yes, yes.
People, you can't be that kind of person.
I'm on an interview right now.
If you was the type of person, like see the Asian dude that was there, that the Asian dude that was standing his hands on his hips, the other officer,
Right.
you can't be the type of dude that your conscience is gonna mess with you. You can't be the type of dude that's gonna say, all right, son, you got him, son, that's enough. You can't be that person, son.
Nah, because they gonna flip on you.
You see what I'm saying? And that's why I said it's not no mistake.
Nah, it's not.
You can't see that situation throughout the periods of time. You know what I'm saying? Like let's just deal with the camera era. Let's just deal with the camera era since Rodney King. You can't see that same thing happening over and over and over in different states. You know, people of different ethnicities, and say it's a mistake. You seen that those cops, whatever, standing around while somebody is being beaten and killed multiple times. And how many of those times did it was like, yo, when they, you know, the reason how this got reported is because when they got back to the precinct, the one cop was like, "Yo, look, we gotta arrest my partner. He was wilding out there."
Right.
That don't happen.
Right.
That don't
Even in the
happen.
Rodney King situation, the reports did not match what happened. If it wasn't for that dude with the camera, it would have just been, he got beat down.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's all it would have been.
I mean, police corruption, because they deal with the underworld. As soon as the underworld figure out if we pay some of these officers off, we could have them acting impunity in our criminal activity. That just became part of the course of being in law enforcement. And it goes all the way to the top.
Mm-hmm. Yo,
With Oliver
Shaquem,
North and all that.
Shaquem just came in. I think. Let me see. You know about the meeting, right? On the meeting, May 31st. We on 1,000. We on 1,064 right now.
What's that dealing with?
The GoFundMe, the Random Jews
Okay.
Investment Fund.
I seen that.
Yeah, we on.
That.
So check your email because the links is in there for the to join the meeting. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I said. To me, when you look at the evidence, it's like, nah, son. Like, even look, in a lot of these situations that this stuff be happening, right? Oh, it's at 4 o'clock. May 31st, that's a Sunday. 4 o'clock. But what I was gonna say, in a lot of these situations, right? Specifically the Michael Brown situation, right? Also with the brother on Staten Island, this came up. That the reason you did that was for respect. Champs, at the point where you killing people in the hood for respect, you just a regular gang member, dude. Just like at the point where you're paying people, like I've seen where they pay people to go to a spot and buy drugs. Scrams, you just setting up a stick up now. We all could line people up. This is not police work.
You know what I drew up a long time ago? Good police work is just having snitches. You're a good policeman. You're a good policeman when you got a Huggy Bear. Look at that dichotomy of Huggy Bear when we was children. We was just happy to see Original Man on TV, but he was a straight snitch.
I thought Huggy Bear was the coolest cat out.
Word.
Exactly. And also, I thought that was another character that I grew up with. You know what I'm saying? In different TV shows and movies, where the strongest brother is still a bitch when they come. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
Yeah, you all, the people in the town, the other brothers and all that, they look up to you. They let you all in their world, but in reality, when these cats come, you try to act tough, and they be like, "Yo, Huggy Bear, you want to go down?" You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you start rapping. You know what I'm saying? You know who else used to play that character? The young Forrest Whitaker. He used to always be like a person catcher, and whenever they catch him, they slap him around, and he tell everything. You know what I'm saying? Those type of characters where they let you know that, look, you play that with your friends over there. But when you see us, we behave according to the plantation rules.
I mean, snitching is now beneficial. From Nicky Barnes to Alpo to 6ix9ine. It's very
Yeah,
beneficial now. Alpo running amok out here.
well,
Alpo got people shook.
it's always been it's always been that way in terms of you know the meritorious manumission. That's hundreds of years old.
Right, no doubt. But it's more in your face now. There was a undercurrent of it, and there was a degree of shame,
Right.
but that's no longer present. You know,
Real hip hop. Mayor Rice was killed on the day I was celebrating my born day. Heard the gunshot and saw the cop car.
that's
Yeah,
terrible.
yeah, that was one of those situations. Like, see, for instance, when they talk about training, if you watch the video of that, right, the dude who was driving, he kind of set that up. G. I'm not saying that he planned it, but I'm saying it's like, okay, you got a call saying that somebody in the park aiming a gun.
I hear you 793rd. Go ahead, G.
So my thing is, you know, when you pulled up, did you really like look at it from the perimeter? Like, all right, yo, do we see the guy? Like, all right, so we see him. You know, you didn't really check the situation to see that this kid is only 12 years old. Like, is he like a big 12-year-old or something? Like, is he a 12-year-old that's like 5'9" or something? Like, well, you didn't see how he was a little kid. But then if you watch what happened, right? The dude who's driving, he pulls right up to where the cop who's in the passenger seat, he's within 3 feet of the guy that he think got a gun. So when he gets out the car, it's like, okay, I already think this dude got a gun. What do I do? Do I give him a chance to turn around and shoot me? Or do I go ahead and blow first? You see what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. You're not being trained to do no type of police work. You're being trained to go in there and extract individuals and kill any resistance.
Well, that one right there, all of them hurt, but that one, because it was such a young child, even
Yeah.
to talk about that, that really hurts me. And that's the situation where I feel like brother should have wilded out, man. It should have wilded out on that one.
Yeah,
It should have
but it's
been smoking the city for that one.
that's the different. Right. My phrase was saying that when they pulled up, the dude hopped out the car. That's what I'm saying. It was like, yo, the way they got so excited, that don't seem like it was police. It don't seem like it was police. No police work involved. That seemed more like, look, if we was in one gang and we saw somebody with the uniform on of another gang, you know what I'm saying?
Nah, real, yeah.
So we wasn't asking no questions. Like, you in the right neighborhood, or you in the wrong neighborhood with the wrong clothes on. You know what I'm saying? And it's on, son. Yeah, divine God. That's what we talking about. We started off talking about that situation, and then we really migrated on for me using different examples. You see what I'm saying? That I be telling people that this stuff is not incidents, it's not mistakes, it's not overzealousness. This is what the academy trains them to do. if it wasn't, it would not happen so consistently.
Remember the original man who took out the 2C ciphers in, I think that was Brooklyn a couple years ago? He was from like down south. He's from Baltimore, so they say.
Yeah, I didn't really believe that, but yeah, good.
I was just saying, like, you could be getting ready to see more of that. Or the original man that was in LA that was a former police. Or the original man in Dallas that they sent the drones in on.
The one in Dallas,
It was something fishy about that one too.
yeah.
Because at first they had a different person that was reported to be the shooter, a grafted man.
Well, you know they where they put the fix in to me on that, where you would never know what really happened, is when they said that they sent the drone in there to blow dude up.
Right.
But I ain't gonna front. Listen, life is life. I understand that, but saying the way he had that one cat trapped behind the pole, say he came like, yeah,
Mhm.
dude shot behind the pole, and he hit him, and he like, what you thought I ain't see you? You know what I'm saying? The dude would try to creep on him, and he's like, yo, what? What you thought
So
I ain't see you?
this is my point though, right? Every time original man goes in like that, look how much havoc this one man causes. You know what I mean? So a unified force of that, like Spook who sat by the door,
Mm-hmm.
a unified force, it would cripple the entire country because they can't police the entire country at the same time. Even though every state got a national guard, imagine if all the boroughs wild out at the same time. Can't control that. It'd be like Escape from New York movie.
Mm-hmm.
It can't be done.
I mean, we spoke on that too earlier. You know, it all depends, man. Hold on, we got God Cypher Divine right here. Hold on.
Peace.
K,
So
peace.
I was
K Black C, you're 100% right, GLD.
Hold on for a second.
can y'all hear me? With the C
Yeah.
ciphers, man, you had one side of the fuck.
Hold on. God Cypher Divine. I think he got cut off. People free.
Yeah, so
I didn't go there. I didn't see originally. I wasn't finna go because I was too fucking mad. I was just gonna bring my. I was just gonna be sick.
God Cypher Divine. Hold on. God Cypher Divine. You gotta knowledge the wisdom. YouTube, they not sending my alerts out because of the cursing. So we gotta tone it down. Good.
My bad. Part of self. So I got out there. People was talking about how they got their license to carry, and they was angry. They was irate. I don't know what I do know what I can and can't say, but it's just like I still got the energy from when I was up there. I got videos and stuff. I could like post. I could send you some of the videos or something. Shoot me your map somehow, or shoot me some type of email or something. I can email you the videos. But and then they on Facebook too. I can either share. If you have me on Facebook, I can share. I did some lives.
Froze up again.
TP. They was up there playing F the police. The people was up there with the tweeters guy banging F the police out the There's banging F the police out the tweeters on the car, guy. So I had to stop over there and take a picture real quick. God, like people ain't playing. People are mad. Y'all there?
Yeah. So
Oh yeah.
what's the? But I'm saying like, what's the like? I heard the
What?
dudes got fired so far, but with the indictment ain't come yet.
No, I'm not that I know of. They just got fired. It just happened yesterday, G. So,
Man,
you know,
if me and you somebody yesterday and they knew it was us, we'd be in jail yesterday.
yeah, you're right, guy. You're right. I don't know what they trying. I don't know what they trying to do because we ain't getting no statement from the police union. We ain't getting no statement from the fraternity. We ain't getting no statement from none of them concerning like what's the details on it. It's just that they got fired. They ain't said that they're gonna not be employable by another police department because we don't want that. You know, that's kind of why the people was up there. They was up there because they wanted the police to face murder charges. They wanted to get the electric chair. They was up there talking crazy shit, guys. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's why people was up there protesting. But hopefully we can see. Hopefully we see
Let
the
me ask you a
permanent.
question, God. Peace, God. Let me ask you a question. What's the percentage of original people in Minneapolis?
The percentage of original people in Minneapolis, I would have to take a guess because God, a lot of people up here is they mixing. You know what I'm saying? They're diluting the seed.
Okay.
So it's a lot of mixing and diluting the seed up here. So like the population of original people, if we're including them, I would say roughly like maybe 10%, 12%.
Oh wow.
I gotta look it up.
Wow.
I gotta look it up. Yeah.
That's not a large percentage at all.
Yeah, no, it's not a lot of us up here. I mean, we in a concentrated area, so we see a lot of each other. But no, it ain't a lot of us up here because it's like a lot of these. There's a lot of suburbia here in Minnesota. But like in Minneapolis, the population of original people, we're the majority here. We're the majority here in Minneapolis.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Oh
yeah, we're the
wow.
majority. Yeah, we deep up here, guys. This is like we got. Well, if you're talking about, if you want to say like Somalians stuff like that, like it's a lot of Somalians, people from all over Ghana, guys, it's people from all over here. People from India, China, everywhere from over here. It's people from everywhere here. G. Russia,
Are they
Chechnya.
all outraged? Original people from different countries.
Yes. It was everybody out there. G. Somalians was out there, Mexicans was out there, Spanish people was out there. It was white folks out there. It was everybody out there. Everybody. It was. I didn't see many Hmongs out there. One thing I did not see many Hmongs because one of those officers was a Hmong officer, and I don't
What's a
know if
Hmong,
it's,
God?
so Hmongs are people that's from Laos. They're Laotian, and that's like by Thailand down there.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah, they Laotian. Hmong is like a Laotian little mountain tribe of people.
Mm.
They Laotian. So yeah.
Do like you were saying that it's only a few black people in Minnesota and they concentrated in Minneapolis, right?
Minneapolis.
Do you know the history? Do you know the history? Because sometimes that plays into what's going on. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like different places, like in New York, the way the police evolved got to do with the history of New York, as opposed to some places in the South where the police evolved in the whole relationship between them and the original people. You know what I'm saying? It's sometimes based in a certain way that never changed.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They come out here terrorizing this community and then go out there and be acting all cool with them. Yep. That's pretty much what's going on. Yep. They'll come out here and terrorize this community, roll it past all slow. Like me and the guy. So like how I was complaining to you, I ain't had no guys to be with. Gee, that's why I jumped on this live today. I literally met a guy at the gas station this morning, guy. I'm talking about not even 12 hours after. Not even 12 hours after I got done complaining to you. After I finally opened my mouth complaining to you, I actually bumped into a True Living. We started building right there at the fucking gas pumps. It's ironic, man. I ain't trying to go off the topic, but the gas station had no fucking gas. The gas station had no gas there. Pardon yourself for cussing. I'm gonna stop cussing. The gas station had no gas there. So the brother still was sitting there. He had asked me for some equal whatnot. I'm like, no, but I gave my number. He said, what's your name? I'm like, Divine God, but just put me for Divine for short. He like, peace God. And he went over the mathematics. He showed me he was real with the mathematics. I said, hey, brother, You can't go nowhere. I need you, brother. I need you. I've been looking for you. And so we started building. And another young brother, 20 years old, he just did it down to the cipher, made it a cipher, G. And so
that's what I was taught. I was taught that if there's no gods in the circumference, you got to make them.
And so the young 20-year-old, I just had both of them follow me to the rest, and I just shared some equality with the brothers. And we just built, and then the young 20-year-old, he called his physical brother, got his brother on the video chat. He's like, yo, this brother is saying that we the gods. I know it sounds crazy for me, but if you let him explain it, it's not gonna sound so crazy. So I cut him off real quick. I was like, yo, we teach the black men is God, the black women the earth, and the babies are the greatest, bro. Just simple, just like that. He was like, yeah, bro, but he you know, it's like, okay, so let me I got you. I'm gonna get you the rest. I got you. 1 second. Give me about 20. Party stills. Yeah, the young brother, when he get over there with me and the guy, but he hear us, but he called his brother on the video chat, and we got two other new brothers. So this other young brother, I assembled some furniture for his mother. He wanted to learn how to do that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna deal with him. He's 17. I just met him. I just gave him my mat today. So we finna get out here building. We get out here
That's
making
peace, God. That's real peace. Them young brothers are the most important people in this nation. The ones just learning that young. You just gotta teach them right, God.
I'm not gonna play with it, G. I got some videos I'm gonna send you, G. I just need your email.
Cortland Powell put a DA's office number here, 612-348-5550. Is that for Minneapolis?
That's the area. That's our area code. What do you say? What's that the phone number to what?
The DA's office. I mean, it could have some effect. You know what I'm saying? But you know,
you right, Wise. Yep. They're Hill Tribe. I said Mountain Tribe. My bad, G. I said Hill. I said Mountain Tribe. You're right. They're Hill Tribe in Laos. They are deep in Minnesota. I went to school with a lot of people. I was just reading the comments.
28% original people in Indianapolis. Minneapolis or Indianapolis?
It's Minneapolis.
Nah, I'm saying real hip hop. We
were talking about Minneapolis real hip hop.
What about Minneapolis real hip hop?
No. It's a brother named Real Hip Hop on here. He put 28% original people in Indianapolis. I mean, we're not going to be a dominant number of any particular geographic location if you just go from the student enrollment. And even if you update it and say like it's 40 million originals, it's still 275 million grafted people or 250 or something like that. It hasn't really changed. You live in segregated communities and you don't even know it.
Yeah, see, that's the thing too. When you think about the original people that's up here, a lot of original people that spread out to the suburbs. Like when they was doing the illegal foreclosures in like 2010, a bunch of the people that was in the hood who knew each other when the community was like tight, and they like a lot of people was kind of left in the hood. They moved out to the suburbs, so that kind of like weakened the strength of the black population here. Like now they got like a bunch of white folks, and it's like a huge mix. It's like a mixture here. Just like what y'all was saying, y'all was like certain parts of New York. Yeah, you was like certain parts of New York, y'all couldn't even walk, but now y'all see white folks jogging through there. The same thing is happening here, G.
Yeah. Gentrification, man, it's real.
Cortland Powell brought up a good point where he said, you know, as far as putting the number up there, just thinking of the next, you know, type of actions that brothers could take, you know, contacting the district attorney office or whatever. You know, the thing is, you got to be able to contact them and say, all right, listen, that money, that $10,000 that I hit you with on your last election, yeah, nah, you ain't getting that unless there's some action here. Like we need to see some action.
That's what we was talking about a couple of weeks ago.
When you can take the politics to that level, you see what I mean? You know, right now you can call them and complain and all of that, but see, that's being the issue with black people dealing with politics, right? Is that we could go down there and complain, right? But we don't have, you know, without the ability to inflict some pain, you're not gonna get, you know, you're not gonna accomplish much with complaining.
Right.
If you
They're
don't,
just gonna placate you.
if you don't want to get your head, pardon, I ain't mean to cut nobody off.
Go ahead, G.
If you don't want to get your hands dirty fighting, stop going to holidays. Stop shopping at all these people who stop shopping with all these people who are nice to the police and be funding the police. Make the police themselves feel it. Make the police department themselves feel it, where they're feeling the squeeze on their budget because we're not shopping with these people who always paying the police and giving police all this extra ass shit. Giving the police all this extra stuff and always have police free coffee, free donuts. As long as you be security, y'all can hang out. All the places where you see police hanging out and they getting support for these places, we need to stop shopping there.
And it goes down Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts, we need to stop shopping there.
I mean, it's just like integration has destroyed our economic base. So it's just like it's hard for us not to deal with other people and their shops and things of that nature because we just don't own our own across the board, from Frisco to Maine. You know, individually we got some businesses and that's peace, but just as an economic block, that's the only way that we can really make anything happen. If we can't donate, then we can divest our money from certain things, but it has to be organized.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, we got to research. We got to research all these people who be funding them and stop shopping with all them, and then come up with our own. I wouldn't even say come up with our own right now ASAP, but like come up with our own reproductions of these businesses, what these businesses are giving to the people, like even a gas company, a gas store, a gas station or something. Come up with a new franchise, but a franchise that's not Holiday, you know, because Holiday is they support the police unions. They always donated. They let them stay and hang around for free, and we don't never hear them say nothing about nothing wrong with police do. Party stuff. I mean to cut your wisdom.
That's peace, guy. It's just difficult because you remember people was wilding about Gucci, but the people got Gucci on again now.
You said they was wilding about what? It sounded like you coming close to the speaker.
Oh, pardon me. They said original people was wilding out about Gucci and all of that. When Gucci had some racist things going on with their clothing line, but that's not even in effect anymore. People were wearing Gucci again. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always for the season, never the reason.
They just slowly start wearing Tommy Hilfiger and shit.
All of that. What's that? H&M, which I never shopped in there anyway, but H&M and all of that.
Yep. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hell no.
Shaquem's bringing up something here, but see, that's another thing. What I'm saying, like, it's like, yo, you know, they saying that the 4 officers who took the call have been terminated, right? Now, this is what I'm saying. Who they got terminated by? The Minneapolis Police Department.
Yep.
So the same time you took to terminate them, you could have arrested them. The same way you got in touch with them to say, listen, don't come here tomorrow. And I'm quite sure they had to turn their guns in.
Oh yeah, when you get fired, you do, but that comes directly from the city. That comes from the mayor's office when that happens like that, because the police are city employees.
But the Minneapolis Police Department still has to be involved with that. So what I'm saying is,
the chief fired him. The chief fired him, and then the mayor backed him.
Yeah, but see, you listen. You're supposed to be in jail.
Hell
No, yeah,
yeah.
they should have been charged, right?
To fucking kill some goddamn man, God, let him walk free then shit. Cause if I see his ass at the grocery store, it's
Do the knowledge, God. Do the knowledge.
myself.
Do the knowledge.
This is the thing that happens. Listen, the law is supposed to be the law of the land. It's not the law of the civilians and the law of the police. See, a lot of that different stuff with police, that's not the law. That's policy. That's city and municipal and state policy, union policy. But it's not the law.
No doubt. And there is a difference. Because police are charged differently from civilians. That's what a lot of people don't understand. When you take that oath as a police officer, it's kind of like you're given leeway to a certain degree if they're breaking the law.
They can use the badge and their body as a weapon, pretty much.
You can break the law to preserve the law. The police job is to protect property. That's their literal job. Protect property.
They was protesting the store that man got killed out of the front of because the store is when they called the police. And then after the police is on the man like that, they need to do nothing to stop it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I ain't going back to that store either.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of store is it?
It's a little convenience store, quarter store. It's right across the street from Super America. And they fix phones. They cheap as hell. They cheap how they fix phones. They don't even put all the screws back in the phone because my homeboy fixed phones. So I had broke my screen like 2 or 3 times, took it to them. And so last time I had took it to my tech guy. And when he took it apart, he like, bro, this thing is missing like half the screws. So I was like, wow, yeah, I wasn't gonna go back there anyway. But yeah, those people, yeah, it's a place called Cup Foods, CUP Foods, like how you drink out of water. Cup Foods over on 38th in Chicago, South Minneapolis. Yep, I was right over there today. I was right at the man death site. I was right there. Took pictures.
Now,
and,
now, if I'm not mistaken, y'all New York is like Chicago, right?
You said our New York is like Chicago?
Yeah, like I live between New York and Philly. So New York is the big city where I'm from compared to where I live at. And in Minneapolis, don't they kind of go towards Chicago for a big city?
Yeah, it's like Minneapolis is like a small Chicago, G. Like it literally looks the same, it's built the same, and the atmosphere is the same. Like when I went to Chicago by myself, I felt at home. Even though it was crazy stuff going on, I felt right at home. I'm like, oh man, why I ain't come here before?
Right.
So Real Hip Hop says something here. This is interesting. Real Hip Hop is saying that the driver, what it looks like he's saying, is the driver, the cop that was driving the car when they shot Tamir Rice, that he went in a Dunkin' Donuts last year, and the guy who was working, the person who was working at the Dunkin' Donuts made a joke that he wasn't going to serve police, and he got fired. Is that what you're hearing, Real Hip Hop? That they fired a Dunkin' Donuts guy for joking that he shouldn't serve police. But see, this is the type of thing what I'm saying about, for some people, if you disrespect somebody who's sticking up for them, they don't let you off the hook. Live phrase, yeah, you talking about Gucci and H&M boycott stuff, but now they and like nothing never happened. Yeah. Our memories are super short.
Yeah. Especially if they give it a discount.
And it's some kind of mechanism that Black people have been programmed with, right? That makes them think that you can run up on somebody by spending all your money with them. Like, this is
Say
the
that
way.
again.
There's something that black people have been programmed with that makes them think that you could get one up on somebody by spending your money with them. A lot of people buying that Gucci stuff. It's like they trying to prove that, yo, you gotta respect me, man, because I got all this money. Like, yo, you diss me, and then I drop 5,000 in your store. Now what? There's black people that have that mentality. Remember Nas had a skit on his album when he was like, yo, man, I don't care what you say, yo, we gonna drink this Cristal. We gonna do this. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, yo, what, you know, the people are telling you that they don't like you,
Right.
and you're as some kind of payback that you're spending your money on them.
That's very weird.
Yeah, and it's always, listen, that's not a new thing. That was one of the characteristics of integration. Is that
I can see that.
Black people, like, they was gonna go into the white stores and show them that their money was just as good as everyone else's money. That's what K Black C Supreme was talking about that earlier. You know, in terms of, you know, having some kind of focus with our money, how we
I'm not
spend.
trying to eat it. I just want to know what it was.
Peace.
LaFay said there's a guy who owned a coffee shop. I forget where though. He told the police they couldn't come around no more and wasn't going to serve them because they make his customers nervous. A lot of homeless people hung out there, so like that. Hey, listen, man. It ain't that much coffee and donuts in the world, man. I can't pay rent off of y'all, man. You gotta go. It ain't that much coffee and donuts in the world, man. You got to go, man. Listen, man. I'm just trying to make a living over here, man. I didn't call you.
He said, "Ain't that many coffee and donut."
Oh man, yeah, that's crazy, man. You're like, yo, man, you mind raising up, man? Yeah, customers do it. Oh man, yeah, that's wild, man. Seven 93rd said they need their caffeine fix and sweet treats. Yeah, man. Look, I done seen them come in there, man, drop 100, 200. They love that. But yeah, though, man, we had a nice sight for the night, man. You know what I'm saying? Getting ready to wrap it up and wind it down. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow, let me see. Tomorrow, it depends, man. You know, I just found a place because, you know, they closed up all the parks out here, man. But I just found, yeah, man, they got parks where they took the basketball goal down and everything, man. Like they took the rim off, the backboard.
Bro, they changed up the swings at the park, guy. They locked up. They put a lock on the swings.
Yeah, they got locked up. They got yellow tape around stuff and everything. But I found some place today though where I could do my pull-ups. So yeah, I'm gonna get out there in the morning, man, and hit the bars. You know what I'm saying? So depending on, you know, sometimes I work out in the morning, then I take a nap.
How many pull-ups are you doing?
Yo, I haven't gotten to the bar, man, since last year. I don't even know how much I could do right now.
I'm gonna get there in a minute too.
We was hitting the bar pretty hard, from like maybe June to like October or something. November. Then it got kind of cold, but it was like, all right, it's good. You know what I'm saying? We got money in the bank. But then it was like, yo, as soon as the season came back, it was like, yo, all right, now it's time to get back out there. It was like, yo, now we got this thing going on. So yeah, I'm about to hit that tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But so if I depending on how that come out, I might be on early tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
God, text me when you do that. God, I don't gotta work tomorrow. Text me.
Yeah, I might come on earlier tomorrow, and so we could get some real time. Like if you want to set at the protest, you know what I'm saying? Where we could get some real time interaction, you know what I'm saying, with what's going on out there, and we can see what the deal is, you know what I'm saying?
Guys, email me some contact info so I can send you these videos. Cause I was out there at the protest. I can send the guys, like whoever wants the videos of like how the protest looked and all that. I can send it to the guys if anybody wants. And then I got some videos of me building with the baby. That's what I want to send you. I want to send you like a videos like me building with the babies, like asking me. I asked them what question did I ask y'all last night, and they asking me who's the original man.
Yeah, just hit me on the Instagram. So I'll email over there.
Okay, peace, guys.
Keep teaching,
Peace
Lord.
Cypher, y'all. Peace, y'all. Thank y'all
for teaching.
Thank y'all for having me.
Knowledge said is now why it's safe to visit. I mean, what's the name came out here? Knowledge Born that comes in the videos.
Yeah.
He came here for a visit. I think he had a hotel room and everything, and it didn't seem like he had no issues. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you know, just in general, it's getting to that point where, you know, this is New York. So trust me, we struggling more. I'm talking about economically, businesses and all that. Listen, they don't care right now. They need to get a dollar. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I mean? Because in other places you could put a pause and people know each other. In New York, it ain't like that, man. Bills is piled up here, say. So, you know, yeah, you can more than likely come out here and ain't nobody gonna say that.
Okay, yeah. Because they need their money. Yeah,
they got right now. That's why they doing everything they can. They said June 6th, they supposed to, you know what I'm saying, let the dogs out, so we see what happens. You know
yeah,
what I'm
I was supposed to start college, guy. And they keep pushing back my admission date.
Yeah, I gotta see what's going on. Listen, my daughter, I still gotta go get her stuff from college. Like when she came home,
never got there yet to Michigan?
Nah. They shut the state down. When we were supposed to go, everything was set up, right? That was when they went in full what's the name? But remember the colleges, they ended before everything happened. So when it ended, she just came home. She didn't really, you know what I'm saying, handle all her stuff. So yeah, that's a whole other thing I'm gonna have to deal with in a minute.
Actually, tomorrow my son and my daughter is going to get her stuff from college.
From where?
Albright College in what's that? Reading, Pennsylvania.
All right, yeah, that ain't bad. I gotta go to Michigan, man. I'm like, man, I gotta pass through all these states. I don't know what they protocol is.
Oh, right. Man.
You know what I'm saying?
You gotta drive too, right?
Yeah, I ain't trying to take no public transportation right now. I can't play none of that.
Hey, God, I got on the city bus because see, I drive too. But I got on the city bus, man, for like about 45 minutes. I'm like, yeah, if I didn't have coronavirus then, I know I got that shit now. Because like they have all the windows closed, the heat up. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
And not
I
just
didn't
that,
know
listen,
the chat, man.
I'm saying,
but
see,
listen, on the planes, there's only like 6 people on a plane.
right, but see, two things about that I don't want to do. And I've been like this for a while. That's one reason why y'all see me driving a lot, taking long trips where I could have flew, is that
Yeah.
I don't like them monitoring you. Like ever since you got all this ID and everything. So see now,
Right.
protocol like this, let's say I go to that place and then all of a sudden they have an outbreak. Now they got a record that I was in that place.
God,
Right.
my friend, my mom got a friend that's stuck in like New Zealand or some shit because they went there to go visit like a woman or something. It was like it was some type of island, and the dude went to go visit some lady like 3 months ago, and he been up stuck over there for like 3 months. Coronavirus lockdown. And his mom told him he shouldn't went. He still went anyway.
Wow.
Stuck on the island some dang way, bro.
Give him a dunce cap.
Exactly. I hope that was some good power of you.
You might put a baby in that one.
You better.
Yeah. So
You better make it worth it.
yeah. Now on June, see in New York State, they got some type of thresholds. Now New York got 3 thresholds, but New York State got 7 thresholds. You got it's gotta be like the people, the amount of people in the hospital gotta be below a certain amount. The new cases gotta be below a certain amount. And the deaths per day gotta be below a certain amount. You know what I'm saying? But then in certain other, you gotta have the capacity for testing, you know what I'm saying? And you know, the tracing and all of that gotta be in place. You know what I mean? So the last I heard, New York got 2 of the 3 city thresholds and 3 of the 7 state thresholds. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, yeah, it's a gauntlet out there. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I guess we're gonna see what's been said for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Where look, I don't know how much more damage the whole nation can take, son, without New York getting money. You know what I'm saying? Like I can tell you the state of New York cannot survive New York City not getting money, son. They can't. You know what I'm saying? Like this is so, you know, it's like I said, they've already shut everything down. You know, the pools is closed, the beaches is closed, you know, no summertime activities. And they really don't even know if the schools is gonna open back in September. You know what I'm saying? And you know, New York, anywhere that's like that, you know, New York is a real estate capital, son. You know what I'm saying? New York is real estate is one of the pillars of New York, son. Manhattan is some of the most expensive real estate. So it's like, yo, son, if people can't get their rent money, like right now, it's a freeze on, you know, evicting people and all that type of stuff. So I predict they gonna open it. You know what I'm saying? That's my prediction. That on the 6th, they're gonna say, listen, man, you know. But here's the thing though, too, now. I don't know what open means everywhere. You know what I'm saying? But I can tell you that in New York, open is not gonna mean, you know, March 17th, 2020. You know what I'm saying? Like the lockdown came here on March 18th. You know what I'm saying? When they open it back up, it's not going to March 17th. It's going more to like that first week after they announced the lockdown where things was, you know, but they like, look, restaurants and stuff like that is still going to be like curbside pickup. You know what I'm saying? It's not, you're
Right.
still not going to be sitting in restaurants. You know what I'm saying? So Philly said, yeah, the hustling capital of the country, man. Listen, I
Listen,
don't care. You know, even if you're talking about illegal business, man, listen, it's got to flow through New York, son.
793rd, she got a scholarship. That's why she went out there. That's about an hour and a half from my house in Trenton.
Peace, 793.
Yeah.
And peace, Joseph.
Like Chief said, it's all digital with them earning money. Yeah, the people that can earn money like that, but there's still large parts, like for instance, the whole nightlife.
Oh
And
yeah.
we don't know how long it's going to take for the nightlife to come back. Like the nightlife is a whole segment. You know, that could be 1/3 of the New York economy. And right now, the train is not even running at night. That was one of the things that you know could produce that.
Let me tell you a story I saw about New York is so ill that because all the restaurants and stuff are closed and the nightlife, the rats is going in people's houses more because they ain't got nothing to feed off of.
Yep. Yeah. You see, yeah, you see them all out now. They getting Super Bowls, son, because they hungry.
Yep.
They get Super Bowl places where they've been back in the what's the name? Now they all out on the street running around. So that's not. There's so many things. There's so many other effects of this besides just the illness that's got to be dealt with. That's why I said I don't know if it's happening, but I'm saying being in New York and from New York, I'm like, yo, listen. Oh, man.
Things are not going to go back to the same.
That's up to you.
I don't think things will go back to the same.
I
don't think so either, God.
Like how they meet the people in the streets. I don't think it's gonna go back to like how the streets was crowded no more, man.
Yeah, no, I don't mind, but I'm just saying, you know, I don't got the authority to tell you the road.
I mean, I know for a fact in New York City, the entertainment aspect is so much of the city. You got Broadway.
Same.
You got all kinds of stuff that's all affected by that.
Saying
that tax money is not coming.
Listen, they canceled the Met Gala. To my knowledge, all the parades is closed. G, listen,
right?
That's a big thing, man. I'm sure. Listen, for the West Indians, there's some people that's when they make their money. God, they make enough money right then that they good. It's restaurants and stuff like that come out to all these summer events, and they be selling their stuff on the street, and they making crazy money like that. All the costume makers, the flag sellers, God, the Puerto Rican Day Parade is canceled. God, that shit was getting ready to be like next week or something.
Right.
Those shits is huge, God. Why you think as much trouble as it's been at the Puerto Rican Day Parade, they never canceled it? Because of how much money it brings, God.
No doubt.
God, New York can't survive that shit. They got to open it up, man. And some people just got to die. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's crazy.
I don't want to laugh at people losing their life, but I'm just saying. It ain't like they got all this great love for life where, you know, they're going to stay close to save your life and not get that money. Joe said rats chase themselves out by overbreeding. So when rats get bolder, it's because that generation of rats has not had human interaction. Rats will kill their babies if it's too many. Not for nothing, Joseph. They saying it was a news story that's what they were saying. That it's all like they saying that the rats is having wars in wherever they at. Like if a group of rats is somewhere where they still getting food, that is other rats showing up and they rocking out.
Hold on. So the rats is going to war over the food now at people's houses?
Yeah, because you know New York is a city where people walk and they just throwing down wrappers. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's mad garbage. You know what I'm saying? Like you got restaurants that put garbage out 2, 3, 4 times a day. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now the restaurant is closed.
Ah, see what you're saying? Because yeah, when they put that trash out, they would go eat from that trash, but now they don't got no source no more. That's why you brought that
Right.
up.
Yeah.
God, listen, God. I used to go to the studio in Chinatown, and I would leave that studio at 2 or 3 in the morning. Get on that one train on Canal Street. I had to throw a bottle down the steps to alert the rats that I was coming, God, because all of them restaurants is over there. It was
Ah,
ridiculous, G.
that's crazy. So you do that so you can clear the way to come through.
Right? Because if I scare them, they'll bite me. So I want
Dang.
them to know, yo, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's how many rats is in New York City.
Nobody trying to exterminate that? I mean, that might be a dumb kindergartner question that like a little baby asks. Nobody trying to exterminate them?
Everything they do, the rats' bodies adjust to it after a certain time period. They had
Wow.
this one thing they was giving the rats where they would blow up.
So they actively adapting.
No,
Wow.
do the knowledge. They would take this one thing where their bodies would get so big that they would actually explode.
Mm.
And even when they was that big, they still was fitting in holes that was 2 inches wide.
That's not big. Or that's not big. Yeah, that's still not big.
Yeah,
All they
but
need is for their head. As long as their head can fit
Yep.
through the hole,
Yep, they
they
body
good.
can get through it. Yep, I did a study on that. I did a study on the mice, like the mice experiment with the projects. I'm hip to that, guy. So yeah, I'm hip
yeah.
to that.
And those rats came from Europe. There was no rats in North
Norwegian,
America
the
to the
Norwegian rat.
Europeans.
That's what they call the rats that's in the sewer out here. They call the Norwegian rat.
That damn
But
evolution.
yeah, though, like I was saying, so if anything, yeah, we're gonna come on, say about 2:30, 3 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? So then, if you out there at the protest or whatever, you know what I'm saying, we can check all
Okay.
that out and
Okay.
see what's
Yep. Yep.
going on.
Yep. Yep. So
And
as soon as y'all hear about it going on, go ahead and hop on. I'll hop on with you.
yeah, everybody that made it this far, you know what I'm saying, hit the like button, do the each one teach one, share it on your Twitter, your Facebook, whatever, you know what I'm saying, so we can grow and build. You know what I'm
Yes, sir.
saying? Peace, everybody.
Absolutely. Peace, guys. Peace, everybody.
Peace.
Peace.